Good morning, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 19th, 2026 meeting. Please silence your cell phones and other electronic communication devices at this time. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers in that corner. And if you want to fill one of those out, you can turn them over to Jordan, and he'll get them up to me somewhere during the time of the meeting. First, I want to make sure that we have a quorum, and as you can see, we have Commissioner Drews, Commissioner Durr, myself, Commissioner Hadcock, and Commissioner Weifenbach is on Zoom in Oklahoma. So we have a quorum, and we're going to move on with the meeting. I'm going to ask Commissioner Durr to start the meeting by saying a silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
So yeah, we'll probably change. Hopefully it'll come back on our agenda, but we have on our agenda the procedural motion, moment of silent reflection and pledge, and I ask that our State's Attorney's Office and our Director, Jordan Ebb, come back and give us some language that we can add actually a prayer to our agenda. And I know we got some moisture this weekend, but it's not enough to get us through the drought, and a lot of our ag community is in dire straits right now. A lot of them are out there branding in the last week and looking for grass to turn cattle out to, and there just isn't any. And so it's a tough situation in our community and for the fire as well. So today's prayer is going to be for more moisture and more rain.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Next on our agenda would be to review and approve the agenda. So if nobody's got a problem with that, I'd accept a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion from Hadcock and a second from Drews. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carried.
Do we, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner.
should we do a roll call vote since we have?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's do a roll call. So let's go back to approving the agenda, and we'll do a roll call as Commissioner Weidenbach is on Zoom. So that's a much better way to do that.
Ron, we're voting. We need your vote.
Oh, I couldn't hear what they said.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. On the item number 5, and that's public recognition. And what we're going to recognize today is our Director of Equalization and his amazing staff. We just got done through doing assessment appeals, and it's a very tiring process. And they come up there and they do their very best. And Ron and I, we've never really done this to acknowledge this department and what they do and what people can't see that they do day after day after day after day. Ron and I just said, how can we recognize them? Well, we're doing that today. And another way we're doing it, Ron and I personally, out of our pockets, we're going to buy them a pizza lunch at their, and there's like 25 people. So that's going to hurt a little bit, but we're going to get through it. So I'd like for each one of the employees to come up, just announce your name and how long you've been with the department. And then when we get together, when we're done with that, we'll get together and get a group photo. Then you guys better get back to work. So Shannon, can you bring them up one by one?
And Mr. Chair, when you have that pizza party, would you let everybody in the room know as well?
So I'm Shannon Rittberger, Director of the office. Will my staff come up? I've been in the office, I think, 16 years. Gordon is my deputy.
Gordon Wendell. I've been with the office for 18 years.
Joe Dorn. I've been with the office for 15 years, and I'm the CAMA specialist.
Scott Dressler, senior appraiser, now commercial, 10 years.
Hi, Scotty.
Derek Dalen, residential appraiser, 6 years.
Laura Jones, residential appraiser, 2 years.
Lisa Nelson, residential appraiser, 4 years.
Nicole Lawler, 2 years.
Tina Sun, cartographer, but I've been with the county for 10 plus years.
Shannon Champion, senior appraiser, ag, Pennington County for 5 years.
Pam Phillips, staff appraiser, 2 months.
Barbara Davis, admin specialist, 2 months.
Eric Hupp, residential appraiser, 1 year.
Jay McKinstry, senior residential appraiser, 5 years.
Rod Sletton, 11 years with the county, senior commercial appraiser.
Amanda Kelly, 5 months, and residential appraiser.
Christina Willer, residential appraiser, about 5.5 years.
Don Puckett, senior residential appraiser, about 18.5 years.
Well, thank you all for coming up here. First of all, I'd like to welcome our new appraisers, and any of the commissioners want to speak before we go down and take a picture?
Hey, Chair, Ron.
Go ahead, Commissioner Weifenbach.
Thank you. I'm in Oklahoma, guys. I wished I was there to thank you guys for all the hard work you did. And each year we seem to get a little bit better handle on the assessments and the process. And this year was just, awesome. It went smoothly, and there was very few issues. And I wanted to thank all of you again. Like Ron said, that him and I are going to pitch in and get you guys pizza. So enjoy. Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Adcock.
I've been with you guys a long time, of course, as well. Shannon Rittberger has been with us a long time. We're going to recognize as well that he has done a wonderful job. He has taught his team well. He has a wonderful team that are well-trained in many things that they have to do. They don't always get the the nicest reception from people, but you got to pick people that are going to be good with the community, and he picked a wonderful team. Shannon will be leaving us in June, and we will miss him very much. Like I said, he trained his people well. He was a good leader, and I appreciated everything he has done as well. So thank you all for what you do. Looking forward to being with you a lot longer. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just appreciate the hard work that you all do. We know that it's not easy dealing with some of the customer base that you have, but you weathered it well, and I think you've taken a lot of pressure off the commission. So appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I know that, the public sees, if they do, the individuals that come in when we're going through our assessments and going through those hearings in April. But there's many of those where you reached out, the property owners came in, you guys were able to deal with those things one-on-one. And that's kind of some of the feedback I get as well. I appreciate the fact that when somebody calls or comes in, that they can meet with somebody face-to-face and getting understanding as to how their assessment got to that level. And you guys do a great job of communicating that. And anyway, all the work that goes in behind it's much appreciated. So.
Okay, well, at this time, Cody Wiseman is going to take a photograph of the commissioners and Shannon's group. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and if there's no questions, I'd entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, just a comment before we approve. If you see we're just shy of $7 million in payments on this agenda. And I went through and looked at the bills, but again, we get those tax dollars in, and it's not all of our money, but some of the apportioning here, I think, is over $2 million in bond debt that we're paying. And then we're apportioning out the money that we're giving to the libraries, the other stuff that we do for outside funding. And so that first half of those payments is in this section. So, again, I just wanted to note why the bills might seem a little bit large this time.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion from Durr, a second from Hadcock. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, excuse me.
Roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. On the item 7, that would be items from the public. This is where no items from the public. Then we'll move on to item number 8, and that's interview for the Planning Commission. And I'm going to turn this over at this time to Jordan, who will explain the process. I did get a chance to glance over some of the applicants, and I'm really impressed with what I saw. And it's encouraging to know that we got such talent in Rapid City that will sit there and consider donating time for the county and the Planning Commission position. So Jordan, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Okay, so before we begin, I just wanted to take a quick moment to explain the process that the board intends to use for these appointments. So the board has received significant interest in these vacancies and 14 total applicants for 2 upcoming positions for the Planning Commission. And because the county doesn't currently have a formal appointment process, we wanted to use a modified process for this recruitment cycle to provide consistency and allow adequate time for review. So today's meeting, the way that we're going to approach it is we're going to have each of the candidates give a brief public introduction, and they're going, with everyone in attendance, I should say, and then rather than conducting a full interview, we're going to ask the respondents to give 3 responses to introductory questions. Basically, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background and your involvement in the community, and then answer why you're interested in serving on the commission, and then what perspectives, skills, or experiences you would bring to the Planning Commission. I'll go ahead and have those questions up on the screen when you guys are coming up, so you have a little prompt in your head as to what you're supposed to be answering there. And we're going to try to keep these pretty brief because we do have a very long agenda to get through, so if we could have everyone try to limit their comments to about 2 to 3 minutes, that'd be awesome. And we shouldn't have too much follow-up questions today, but if the commission does have any, they're allowed to ask them, of course. And so in addition to today's introductions, the applicants were given written questions that were prepared by the planning staff. We're going to ask that you fill those out in writing and submit them to my office by the end of the week. We will remind you in an email, and we'll call everybody as well, just to make sure that that can be sent to the board for review. So no decision is anticipated to be made today. We're likely going to be doing that on the June 3rd meeting. June 3rd is when they'll make their appointments after they've had full consideration of all the applicants. So with that, we will proceed with the introductions. We're going to go in alphabetical order. So is Matthew Arena here? No. Okay. Is John Brewer here? John Brewer. Okay. All right, so once more, we've got 3 questions up there. Just tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're interested, and what you think you can bring to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for having us here for this open session today, Mr. Chair. My name is John Brewer. I've been a resident of Rapid City and Pennington County since 1986. My career was in banking, first career. Had a couple of careers since I retired from that profession, but over 50 years in banking. So have some experience in that. I served on the Rapid City Commission for over 10 years, Planning Commission, zoning. So I understand the work. I enjoyed the work, had a good time. One of the big projects during that period of time was the downtown square, Main Street Square in Rapid City, which required all of those things that planning does to begin the process. And then I was president of the redevelopment corporation that designed, developed, constructed, and wrote the operating plan for Main Street Square at its inception. I've been president of the Chamber of Commerce here in Rapid City. I chaired the Convention Visitors Bureau, so I have some experience in that, including leading a trade mission to China, Korea, and Japan during those times. I'm a CASA, court-appointed special advocate for children, and I've been a 40-year board member and continuing member of the Children's Home Society, dealing with those kids that are in the neglected and abused category and in the court system. I think the comprehensive planning work that the commission does is important. The View to 2040 is a well-done piece of work. I think the Planning Commission's obligation to make sure that we run that plan as best we can. And so I think that's part of the work that's important. Also, I'll just say in closing, try to keep my 3 minutes going, that I think that Pennington County is so diverse in its land and its uses that land use planning is so important because agriculture, residential, industrial, tourism, they're all converging on each other in this wonderful county. And I think the Planning Commission has a job of getting good regulation, good land use plans forward for the community. I also think that in that process, sometimes it gets a little sort of like the people that were recognized here earlier, face-to-face. So I think respectful and collegial communications during those processes are really important, and I've tried to do that throughout my career. Thank you.
My only question would be, how did you hear about this position? I know we put it in the paper. Did you hear by word of mouth or?
I did see it in the paper.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for taking the time to come here today and introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, the next one on the list would be William Davis. Is William Davis here? All right.
Good morning, Commission. My name is William Davis. I've been a resident of the Pennington County Rapid City area for about the last 11 years. A little bit about my background is I spent 42 years as a public servant in other communities. However, for those of us who have served in the community as a public servant, there's one of those things that kind of like the Marine Corps, once a Marine, always a Marine. Once a public servant, always a public servant. And I feel very obligated to continue that work and be involved in the community. And one of the reasons I'm interested in the Planning Commission is managed growth. I think, excuse me, I think the county needs to have growth, but it needs to be managed, and we need to keep track and monitor all of the growth so it doesn't affect any one of the agriculture, residential, commercial, industrial, things like that don't overlap each other and overpower each other. Just an actual framework of working within itself with all the entities involved. Basic perspectives is I have been on both sides of the planning and approval process and things like that. I built my own home in an area which was probably the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. So as a person from that side of what we're looking at, I understand the frustrations, the issues, the problems that people run into, especially when they're looking at conditional use permits and variances in zoning to try to build something for themselves. On the other side of that, I also, in my 42 years of public service, I worked for the San Diego Police Department in long-range planning and special projects. We were responsible for the growth and management of the police department as it spread and it grew within the city of San Diego. And I was responsible for having to put together plans, work with developers, work with community leaders in putting facilities where they actually needed to be and manage all of those buildings, manage all of those projects that allowed the police department to provide services. A lot of places, the developers were required to provide land and money to build these facilities, including fire stations, parks, police stations. A lot of the places, a lot of the developers just said, here's land, you do with it what you want. And a lot of communities love a fire station. They hate police departments. We're noisy, we're loud, we take up a lot of traffic, things like that. So we would have to deal with putting those facilities in places that people would really want them and would benefit the entire community, not just the area that the developer was trying to sell, basically. So I thank you for the opportunity.
And I want to thank you, William. It's, like I said earlier, there's just a lot of talent out there, and we're just very fortunate to have that here in our areas. So thank you for taking the time to come today.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up would be Don Frankenfeld. Is Don here? Yes, okay.
Morning, Don.
Good morning. I'm Don Frankenfeld. I have a self-image as being the youngest guy in the room. But when I look in the mirror, I realize that I'm going to have to find a new self-image. I was the youngest guy in the room 50 years ago, almost exactly 50 years ago when I was elected to the legislature. So I've been involved in public affairs of one kind or another over that 50-year period. I knew Mr. Drews back when he had more hair than I do. This has been my community forever. My kids went to Canyon Lake School the way I did, and my grandchild went to Canyon Lake School the way they did. So there's kind of a long-standing devotion to this community, and I'd like to make a contribution if I can. I'm very impressed by the list of people who are applying here, and I don't want to suggest that I'm necessarily the right choice out of 14. You've got some very talented people. I hope I fit, and I'd like to have a chance to fit, but if you choose somebody else, I'm very glad to have had a chance to participate in this. Why am I interested? I think I've kind of covered that. I do have three particular interests that I should disclose to you. One is housing, which is probably an interest everyone has these days. Another one is parks. I'm one of the founders of the Friends of Rapid City Parks, was vice chair for many years. I think our parks, Rapid City and the county, are the single most important distinguishing characteristic of this community. It's how we set ourselves apart from any other community in the United States. There was a time we had more park per capita than any city of our size, and I think that's still the case. So that's a special interest of mine. And another, which I disclose sort of reluctantly, is TIFs. Way back when I was in the legislature, I sponsored the legislation that led ultimately to the creation of TIFs in South Dakota. I think they're a useful tool to have in somebody's economic development quiver. I think sometimes we in our community have approached that with a little less discipline than we ought to. I in particular like feasibility studies, cost-benefit analysis, and always, it's the nature of a TIF that you've got a promoter. You've got somebody who has a strong vested interest in making it happen, and that person usually has enough resources to put together a nice presentation. There often is not a counter-argument to that. Sometimes there is, as we've seen, but I think it's important that we be able to look both at the cost and the benefits. And my background as a forensic economist testifying in court on economic issues, I think suits me to help to conduct that analysis. I think I've shot my wad. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Don. And Jordan, can you explain one more time how we're going to take these 3 questions, and then folks that come up today, they can respond and answer those questions so that the commissioners can review their responses?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be sending a list of the questions that I think we had emailed everybody before, and we're going to ask for thoughtful written responses that we can have back to the commissioners later this week so that they can consider the full breadth of all the responses at the June 3rd meeting, because I know it's not a lot of time to just quickly go through in 3 minutes, and so we wanted to make sure that you guys had full opportunity to kind of speak your piece and, yeah. Good. And state.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, the next one up would be Stephen Ike.
Morning, Stephen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Stephen Ike. I am a retired civil engineer. Only been in this neck of the woods for about 14 years. Most of my work, 40 years in civil engineering, was primarily up in northwest North Dakota, northeast Montana. Have some connections to South Dakota besides my residence. I had partnered for a few years with some professors out of the university in Brookings. We had a little business, computer mapping. However, most of my work has been with local communities in North Dakota. I was appointed civil engineer or city engineer for a few of the smaller communities around Williston for quite a number of years. Worked with a lot of city commissions, planning commissions, and that sort of thing. I'm interested in having more involvement in my new community here in this county. I feel that my experience has a lot to offer the community, the Planning Commission, and looking forward to working with other members of the boards and county staff and the public. Thank you for this opportunity to present myself, and look forward to working with all of you.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for coming today and introducing yourself, and we'll get through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, and I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's last name, but the next one up is Jacob Losset. Yes, hopefully I didn't butcher it too bad.
Morning, Jacob.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, Jake Losset, born and raised Helena, Montana. Graduated from Montana State University in 2013 and moved down to Rapid City, and Rapid City's been home ever since. Moved down here to work for Skull Construction, and I've worked with them for just coming up on 13 years. 11 of those years I've spent working in the pre-construction department. The large majority of work we do is construction manager, or where we're very early on involved in helping with planning, constructability, budgeting, et cetera. So the majority of my career has been spent in the pre-construction phase of the project. So, you know, as far as my interest in serving on the Planning Commission, I have a genuine interest in understanding how planning decisions are made and how that translates into what can get built and where. I see this as a great opportunity to give back to the community that I'm fortunate to live in, and also feel like it would give it would contribute to my day job and giving me a deeper understanding of how municipalities and counties evaluate planning decisions. As far as perspectives and skills go, again, I think my pre-construction background would lend well to that. Being able to financially evaluate projects' feasibility. I'm a strong technical plan reader, accustomed to making decisions under pressure, used to working in team environments, where working with people who have different views and opinions and being able to work together as a team to figure out what the best outcome could be for the project. So I think in a nutshell, that's
I want to take this time to thank you for coming up today, and we will keep you posted.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next on the list is Lindsay Mader.
Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lindsay Mader. I have lived in Pennington County for 35 years. I am a rancher in eastern Pennington County. I have a bachelor's degree in mass communication with a minor in business administration, along with various land use and conservation related trainings through the NRCS local organizations. I also served as a conservation district manager for 8 years, and I have experience working with landowners, local government, processes, maps, cultural resources, and public outreach. The reason why I'm interested in serving on the Planning Commission is, as you guys know, I've been at quite a few county commission meetings and planning commission meetings in the last 3 years. And I would like to have more representation in agriculture. I feel like the eastern side of the county doesn't have as much representation as we could, and I would like to be a part of that. I also care deeply about the future of Pennington County, and I want to better understand and contribute to the planning process. This opportunity would allow me to use my background in agriculture, land use, and community involvement to help me make thoughtful decisions for the county. I would bring strong communication skills, a willingness to listen, practical knowledge of land use and rural community concerns, and I value research, respectable decisions, and balanced decision-making that consider both property rights and long-term community impact.
Well, thank you. I'll just ask if any of the commissioners have any questions. Okay. Well, thank you for coming up today, Lindsay.
Thank you.
All right, next on the list is Bradley Dibble, sorry.
Morning, Brad.
Well, I don't have a professional resume like some of the rest of these guys have. It's pretty impressive, but I moved here to Rapid City in 1993 and started working construction. And I went out on my own in 2014 and built a triplex out on School Drive and realized how much legal work there was to doing construction. And I think that most of the construction industry is just way too overregulated. There's really not much for private property rights because I own the property and I'm building the building, but I've got to write letters to my neighbors to ask their permission to build a building. And I don't think that's correct. I think that's taking pretty much all of your private property rights away from you when you do that. So that's basically my interest in the commission is I want to get involved in the rules and I want to see where this planning comes from and how this is regulated like that. I've done commercial and residential construction, and so I just think I'd like to be more involved in the rulemaking of it.
Well, we appreciate you coming up today, Brad, and,
Thank you.
and looking forward to your responding to these questions.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
All right, next up would be Michael Plank.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name's Michael Plank. I moved to Rapid City in 2020 from the Pacific Northwest. I am currently the business manager for the electrical union, IBEW, here in town. I'm also the president of the West River Building Trades, representing all building crafts in West River, South Dakota. I was in the Navy for 8 years as a nuclear power plant operator on a submarine. I then did an apprenticeship as a high voltage electrician. During that time, I worked for utilities. I also did construction projects as an electrician and also as a on-site superintendent. In 2020, I took a job with Black Hills Energy. I worked here until my current position opened up as business manager. I'm interested in serving on the Planning Commission because I think it's a citizen's duty to be involved. I think that's a huge part of being a citizen. We want it better. We want a better environment and a better place to live for all of our residents, our businesses, for everything. And that begins with planning, but it begins with involvement. I also want to do it because I think one of the biggest things, we're responsible for tax dollars. Where do those tax dollars go? And taxes can be a great investment, but they got to be spent wisely. And I think this seat, the commission, has a huge role in making sure that those are done in a good way. My perspective, being a business manager for a union, I know union can be considered a bad word sometimes, but I have to work with businesses. If a business isn't successful, we're not successful. I get to work with workers, and I gotta put myself in their shoes sometimes. We gotta negotiate, come to the middle. So that is my job, is the ability to negotiate, perform collective bargaining, and see all the hurdles they have to go through and the costs they have to go through. And like I said, I've negotiated project labor agreements out at the base. I negotiate 19 contracts. That's what I do. I currently am on the Reemployment Advisory Council for the state of South Dakota. I'm also on workman's compensation. I was just appointed as a workforce development member of that advisory council as well. So I think those are great experiences I can bring. I think I have a diverse background in the construction field, but I also have that management side as well, being a business manager of a union.
Well, very impressive. Thank you for coming up today, and we'll be looking forward to your responses.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Have a great day.
All right, next would be Greg Robinson.
Morning, Greg.
Morning, commissioners, and thanks for taking time to listen to all of us in our 3-minute little blabbers. So let me introduce myself. My name is Greg Robinson. I'm the Business Development Manager for STN Communications. A resident of Rapid City for the last 37 years. Watched my kids grow up here, and I hope that they stay here for the rest of their life so I can watch my grandkids grow up. And in order to do that, we have to continue to grow our community, being Rapid City, Box Elder, and our county. Over the last year, I've become very involved in community development, and what that means, I serve as the president of the Forward Box Elder Board, Economic Development Board, and trying to just bring that my little bit of advice and direction to that board. Why I'm interested in serving on the Planning Commission. When I started thinking about ways to serve in our county and our community, Pennington County Commission rose to the top. Obviously, being new to the whole community involvement, I needed to learn, and I need to learn some more. And my interest in serving on the Planning Commission is to learn, but I also think that we're at a very strategic time in our county where we have a lot of things that want to come here. We have a lot of things that make sense, but we have a lot of things that don't make sense. And as Planning Commission and zoning, we get to help guide that, and we get to help make those decisions of what's best for our county. And so that's why I'm interested in serving. What perspective, skills, and experiences do I have? I was the business development person for Rapid City Christian through all their growth. And if you want to learn about strategic planning and you want to learn about perspectives, try to help a school grow, especially a private school. And as we walked through that process of how we were going to use each centimeter of our land to best equip our students, I learned a lot through that. We had to listen, and not every decision we made was positive. Not every, in the view of the parents, not every decision we made was well received, but we had to make it. And I think that that really sharpened my skills on listening, on the ability to have great interaction and to bring both sides to the table. So that's my perspectives. That's why I'm interested, and look forward to submitting the answers to the questions.
Very good. Well, thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Greg.
And last but not least, Matthias Thompson.
First name?
Matthias.
Okay.
Or I assume. Again, maybe not.
Good morning, sir.
Commissioners. My name is Matthias Thompson. My background involves being licensed in real estate. I'm nerve-wracked, excuse me.
No, you're good.
Trying to get better. Had obtained my real estate license at the age of 19, had obtained my broker's license at the age of 21. I have helped clients with a lot of residential transactions, commercial investment properties, and was previously on a real estate team focused on new construction properties in the area, and kind of got to see houses after they're already platted and houses ready to be built, but would like to further my understanding on how a piece of land gets to that point and what I feel like I bring to the table. I'm young, I don't know everything, but I'm willing to learn and eager, but nervous.
Well, I wouldn't be nervous. We're just all human beings, but certainly I think the big thing is people are motivated and they have the interest. So, and it certainly seems like you do, and so we appreciate you taking the time to come up here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm just going to say my 2 bits, and then if the other commissioners want to comment, but when I see this amount of talent out there, it takes pressure off of me, because I see folks out there that are at that dais today that know a lot more than I do, and if they can make those tough decisions, so today we're going to have tough decisions to make, and it's going to be tough. It is what it is. But if we could get that vetted with the experience that we have out there that came up and spoke today, it just takes the pressure off the commission, and I think that's where we're coming from. So it's really important that we have knowledgeable people in that planning commission, and if some of the other commissioners want to speak to that, I'm certainly open to that.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I was going to say, with the individuals that are here today, the number of qualified applicants we have, if we had all the openings on the planning commission, if we had a total vacancy, I believe we have enough qualified people to fill every position. So anyway, I just appreciate everybody that, is making an effort to get involved in the community, because it comes down to, we do have a lot of challenges with the growth in Pennington County. And yeah, just as you came up this morning, quite impressive, because I thought about it as each individual came up and thought we could replace the entire planning commission with the applicants we have. So thanks.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So actually, I started, how many years ago? 19 years ago on a planning commission. Thought I was just going to go in there because they made me, the city made me mad on a building. And I didn't appreciate the process I went through. And so ended up liking it, liking helping my community, learning the best part about the planning commission. And I always recommend people, if you want to run for politics, run for the planning commission first. Because a lot of times when they get up here as commissioners, they have no idea about the planning process, about smart growth, or everything that it takes in order to make good decisions or help people on the next step as a county commissioner. So this is the most applicants I've seen for the planning commission since I've been here on the county board, which is almost 12 years. So what a respectful group, and what a hard decision for 2. But remember, when other people come up, still put in your names. Just because you didn't get the first time doesn't mean you won't get the second or the third, because it's a wonderful job being on the planning commission. It's a good start. And I'll tell you, anybody that does it and tries it, you'll be surprised, because everything you learn about your community is pretty amazing from this dais and how you can help people. The main thing is do your homework, be able to have the time to do that homework, and don't pick your special interests or your areas or your opinions. Do your job, is what I tell people. Your job isn't to pick your agendas, it's to pick and do your job by looking up at the information, taking that information, and trying to decipher that in a way that your community is proud when you make that decision, that you're not making it because you work there, or your friends told you to do it, or I've always told people can be my friends, but that doesn't mean if they're not doing the right thing that I'm going to vote their way. So I've learned a long time ago in politics or even on the planning commission, do the job because you want to make your community a better place to live and work. So the applicants we have today are a pretty diverse group of people. But again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to be up here. I was a hairstylist. I am a retired hairstylist. And the only reason, again, I got on here is because, or got into politics or in the planning commission is because they made me mad. I knew absolutely nothing. And when my husband told me, you're going to go up there and do what? And he was a construction guy. And he's just like, how are you going to learn that? And with the help of the staff, of their team of people that work with you behind the scenes, which is your planning departments, I did it. And I loved it. So everybody today, I hope that you get that same feeling when you get up here and you get to make those decisions, but be fair and just. And number two, again, if you don't get picked today, this is a huge group. Do it, try again, because sometimes there's barely even one or two people. This is the most group, the biggest group we've ever had. So I thank you all for applying and putting in your time and your energy and your just coming up here and filling us in with what you want to be and why you want to be on the Planning Commission, because there's some really good reasons. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So several of you, as you came up, you inferred to it, but Micah Plank said it straight out. He said this is a citizens' duty to be involved. And at your local government level, that certainly is the case. All of these local government entities are made up of citizens that want to be involved in their communities or their state. Even the South Dakota legislature is made up of a citizen legislature that's not their full-time job of performing that task. And so I know that there's been times in the 8 years that I've spent on this commission that we've had openings on different boards and commissions where we've not had any applicants. So this is overwhelming. I really appreciate the interest that's been showed here today, and I wish each and every one of you well. Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank everyone once again, and we're going to keep on. Commissioner Weifenbach,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ron. Two Rons don't make a right, but
That's
we
correct.
try. I just want to reiterate what my other fellow commissioners have said, because I've been in and out of public service for like 20 years, and all these names, I've worked with a lot of you, and I understand all your talents. And I've been an advocate for reaching into the community to tap these talents, and this is. I think Commissioner Drews said it's overwhelming. It's actually very awesome overwhelming, and we will really thoroughly consider each and every one of you. And I think Commissioner Hadcock said don't give up if you don't make it, because we only got 2 spots. But man, we have some great applicants from. I think this is where it starts, to learning some of the process and being able to give to your community in a specific manner. And I just appreciate the turnout and the talent, and it's an attestation to the talent that we have in our community. And every elected official in our community should realize the talent that we have, instead of reaching out to all these other outside agencies. That we have some of the best talent in the world right in our own community, and we need to tap that resource, and I think you guys are proving that. So appreciate it, and thank you all for submitting your applications.
I guess in closing, I would say that, you got the Planning Commission, but don't let that be you can always go right up to the next level, and, when the next election cycle, run for county commissioner. So a few of the planning commissioners have done that, and they've done very good. And so moving on with the meeting, we have item 9 and item 10. We're going to turn those around today. Under item 10, we have A and B, and we're going to start off with item B, and I'll let Jordan will recognize Laura. Roto?
Right, or Davis. Yeah, we're going to take 10B first. Is that all right, or should we do? Yeah, okay.
Okay, well then I'll recognize Tyler.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. So for item 10B for you today, we have the sale of the bank building Included in your packet, you will have seen the purchase and sale agreement, excuse me, along with exhibits B through E, which are not intended to be executed here today, but will be signed closer to closing, which is scheduled to December 31st. Included in your packet, you will have also seen the resolution allowing for the signature on the purchase agreement and allowing the chairperson to affix a signature to those other exhibits closer to the date of closing. In the commission room today, you have Darren Haar, who is a representative of Elevate Rapid City as well, if you have any questions for him. But if you have any questions related to the legal framework or ultimate agreement, this does reflect the motion made in late December 2025 related to the sale of the bank building. And so Davis and I can stand for any questions that you might have.
Commission?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I know at the last commission meeting, I think I asked the question because it ties in my mind with some of the projects and revenue coming in, but on closing December 31st, then I would anticipate we would receipt the funds at that point in time.
Yeah, my understanding, Commissioner, is that Elevate will be paying earnest money of, I think it's about
25,000
within 10 days of the execution of this agreement. So that'll be paid up front with the remainder paid at closing.
All right.
So go ahead, Commissioner Hadcock.
So, couple questions. When we, the purchase of the bank was how much when we first bought it?
It was, the bank building itself was 4.44 million.
Okay. And then we bought parking lots with that?
We bought 2 lots that are directly south of the bank.
Okay, and was a total of how much?
5 million.
Okay, so why I'm saying this is for full disclosure for people that didn't know. So we bought a bank for $5 million. We needed 20,000 square feet, and that bank has 40,000 square feet. We did not need the bank. It supposedly was a good deal. Back in the day, I did not agree with this bank and buying this Great Western Bank, only because we didn't need the room. We had plenty of room in the old administration. In fact, we had 29,000 square feet in the old administration. So when we bought the bank, a lot of people didn't even know we bought this bank. In full disclosure, I think it was more done behind the scenes so people didn't know. At this point, we spent about $5 million. This bank, I knew at the time, Elevate wanted to buy this bank for the Innovation District. I started my political career helping downtown. I still believed and fought for not buying this bank. Travis Lassiter as well, because we didn't need the bank. We used taxpayer dollars to buy something we didn't need. I'm very thankful today that this bank is going to Elevate. Someone was talking about it's going to be taken off the tax rolls. It would have been taken off the tax rolls a long time ago, but it would have had really good jobs, and Weifenbach had said that the last time, really good jobs, and helped the Innovation District. That was a goal of downtown and a lot of citizens of Rapid City. It was huge for them when this bank was being bought, and I fought for this bank not to be bought. So I'm glad today that this bank is going to the Elevate and the job creation and the things that they are going to do with this building, because we never needed it. What we did need is the money, because we did not have the money to fix up the old administration building. So this money that we're using is also going to be used to fix up the old administration building, because I had no idea where we were going to get the money once they sold the bank and used money that we didn't have to fix up something for the state's attorney and the people that were already in the Justice Center. So there's a longer story with that, and the bottom line is thankful for Travis, myself, and 3 commissioners on here that decided with Mr. Davis, thank you, Mr. Davis. Davis proved that this bank wasn't needed and there was enough room in the other building and enough space that this bank shouldn't have been bought in the first place. So I thank everybody that's moving this forward. I thank Elevate, because what this building, when you see in the future downtown, and you look at the Innovation District and what that does for the heart of our city, and I said that back when I was a city council person, and I fought for it to be the heart of our city, the eastern part of the downtown district was always going to be the Innovation District. There was a goal there, and somebody decided that their dream was better than theirs. And it broke my heart, because Rapid City to me means a lot, and that Innovation District, I'll keep telling you guys, is amazing. If you haven't seen what was going on down there already, it's huge for Rapid City and what that looks like. So I'm thankful for all the people that had that vision and made this vision happen to where it is today. It's going to be huge, and it's going to be amazing to watch what Elevate and that district becomes with the South Dakota School Mines, a school that president is fully, and was before this bank was sold, fully, in full disclosure, wanting this bank and wanting to move that district further. So I'm glad for the people that had the vision and the people that made this move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So the argument relative to what Commissioner Hadcock just made is probably going to go on for a long time. We did have a facilities needs study that was completed back at the time before we purchased the bank building itself, demonstrating that we did have a need for square footage that we didn't have. Part of that was the Justice Center, which was going to be a major movement from the Sheriff's Office and the Rapid City Police Department into the old administration center, which we're referring to as the Justice Center now. That didn't occur. A change of administration on the city's part, and so it just didn't happen. That move didn't take place. And so the final conclusion, though, is that even though we purchased the bank building, determined now that we don't need that much space, that we held the money together. In fact, Davis, I think you can confirm, I think we sold that for $5.4 million, which included not only the purchase price, but also any improvements that we made in that building during the time of our ownership on that.
Yeah, that is correct.
So overall, the county, the residents are not out any money because of the purchase of that building. In fact, we held the money together. Thank you.
So Tyler, do we need that recommended motion here to move to approve the resolution? Is that our next step on this?
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek. So it's a bit wordy, but the proposed motion should effectually allow the commission to sign the resolution and also the purchase agreement.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to make the motion. I just have a comment. Everybody keeps referencing buying the bank. When the county bought the bank, did we get the money to go with it?
Did they have any money in the vaults?
Oh,
Any money?
Yeah. No, there was no money, but
Okay.
we do take cash deposits daily for people still referencing that it's the bank, so.
All right. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the purchase and sale of certain Pennington County-owned real property to Elevate Rapid City, said property located at 14 St. Joseph Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, and legally described as original town of Rapid City, Block 90, lots 17 through 32, vacated westerly 50 feet of the East Boulevard right-of-way lying adjacent and easterly to Lot 32, and authorize the chair's signature on both the resolution and purchase and sale agreement.
Second.
Chair? Commissioner Roskinek, Chair.
You got the floor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Anyway, I appreciate all the hard work everybody's put into this sale of this building. It goes back to 20 years ago, sitting in a little room behind, and I've repeated the story over and over, behind a school of mines, and having dreams from a few people, Bill Gickling, Jim Skoll, Jim Meyerhouse, that had this vision of starting what has now become Elevate and starting what we now has become the Tech Corridor, which if people in the community haven't been involved in it, I'm sure that Elevate with Darren Haar and his partner down there that are not really, but his colleague that works down there. And I had a conversation at the Defense department meeting that they had at Box Elder, they wouldn't let me in, and Darren caught me in the hallway and was filling me in on their plans on what's happening in that building there, and the fact that I know there's not going to be no property taxes on this, but we've got to move beyond property taxes and look at the reality of payroll taxes and payroll into the community and of the jobs that these guys are bringing to the community. When the signs start going up on this building, people in the community are going to be amazed that they're going to have an opportunity to keep their families here and actually have jobs that will earn them livable wages within our community, which is very expensive to live in right now. He made the comment of he will have a lot of those spots filled before they write us a check. And dealing with, I think it was brought up about the School of Mines president, and his vision is amazing. There's a lot of negative things that we could find in our community right now, but I'm telling you what, the positive things are so much outweighing the negative things right now, the things that are happening, in the changes of what's happening in our tech corridor, what's happening with jobs in our community, what's happening with, obviously, earlier today, the attestment to people that want to be involved in our community again. So I think just getting the word out there, getting the messaging out there is helping a lot, and I'm so excited about this building changing and formulated into part of the tech corridor, which will be continue to work on into the future. And watching those names go up on the side of the building is going to be exciting. And I appreciate Mr. Har for all the hard work that he's put into this thing. And he does it behind the scenes. He's not a Mr. Notoriety kind of guy, but man, he works hard. And him and his brother and his colleagues, they love the community. And because of that, they really bring in these things to fruition. So thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Commissioner. One of the privileges of being a commissioner is that we can agree to disagree with each other, and we do that sometimes. But I have a motion from Durr and a second from Hadcock on move to approve the resolution. So I'm going to do a roll call, and we'll get the meeting moving.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Aye. Ron Rosknecht.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to move on back to item 9, and that's items from the auditor. And I'll recognize Sabrina.
Are we
Actually,
doing?
there's
10A?
one more from 10A.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we're still on 10. This
10A
would be Laura now, right?
Yep.
Come on, Laura. They're switching 9 and 10 and A and B, and this is getting really confusing. Your turn.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I have to apologize. I managed to get the spring cold, so I won't take much of my voice, but I'm Heidi Lindgren. I'm the presiding judge of the 7th Circuit, and I know Ms. Retzel has got some informational items for you to know that we've been working on. I have been in the system for 25 years. I have been in the public defender's office. I've been in the attorney general's office. I've been in private practice. I've been a magistrate judge, and I've been a circuit judge. So I've seen all of the wheels and how they work. And I'm trying very desperately hard to work with everybody and you folks to meet some of the concerns that you might have, to include high jail numbers, efficiency of our processing, and some other items. So you don't want to listen to this voice anymore. I want to turn it over to Ms. Retzel and Mr. Witcher for his last meeting here, but I just want you to know that the judicial side of this has got a lot invested. I've seen all of the walks of this system for 25 years now, and I'm invested in trying to be efficient, trying to reduce the jail population to the best that we can, and to all work together to make certain that our community, first and foremost, is safe.
Thank you, Judge Lindgren. Laura?
Thank you, Laura Retzel, State's Attorney. We are so very lucky to have Presiding Judge Lindgren, and Public Defender Eric Witcher and I have been working collaboratively with her furiously since she became presiding judge, and we just wanted to quickly bring you good news about some of the efficiencies that we are going to be putting in place as soon as August 1st. The biggest one is that we're creating a new court that will pull our Class 5 and Class 6 felonies, which are the vast majority of the felonies that come into the court system. And we're going to take all of the presumptive probation cases and put them in one court. Those are the cases that fall prey to that status hearing after status hearing after status hearing, while those are mostly drug charges, low-level DUI felony charges. People are trying to get into treatment. They're trying to connect to resources. And we're going to create a pipeline, one court where we can have all of our resources right there and available to them. We'll have diversion there. We'll have our specialty courts there. Public Defender Witcher will have his social worker there. They will come in. They'll have an opportunity to have a dispositional conference to reach a plea negotiation with the state's attorney in one hearing. They'll have an opportunity to enter a plea at that hearing, and then if we're not able to come to a resolution and connect to resources, it'll be set to trial. It'll be an expedited court. By them pulling all of those, literally half of our felonies, into that one streamlined pipeline court, we're going to create freedom amongst the rest of our circuit judges to hear those really difficult cases without being bogged down by everything else that we pulled out and streamlined in that court. Then we're going to create what Judge Lindgren is calling our pods, and we're going to put 2 public defenders, a state's attorney, a circuit court judge, and a court service officer, and we're going to put them together in one unit. And they're going to have a shared felony caseload, which will create an amazing wealth of opportunity for expedited, streamlined case processing. And I could go on and on about how wonderful it's going to be and how it's going to completely change our case processing, but it probably isn't as exciting in the details as it is for all of you. So what am I missing, Eric?
Nothing. You said it all. Thank you. So I think it's also really important to, anytime an individual wants to, we want to test whether the stop or the arrest, the search, et cetera, may have been beyond constitutional bounds, that there'll be those opportunities if there is any question about the evidence and anyone wants to have their day in court. Absolutely, that's going to still be a part of that. So this in no way is going to impact the constitutional and statutory rights of any defendant facing any criminal charges in Pennington County. So all those rights are going to be preserved. This is, like State Attorney Retzel and Presiding Judge Lindgren stated, this is about case processing so that we can try to do this in the most efficient way possible so that we can get people out of custody back into the community or where they're going to go. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
I see some of the side effects of that. If it's more efficient, then maybe take some pressure off the jail and, cost to the general public. So I'm going to open it up for any questions to the other commissioners.
The one other detail I do want to mention, I'm sorry to interrupt, we're creating a probable cause unit, which is something that Public Defender Witcher has in his public defender's office, and we're going to be creating that too. And that allows us to have a system for review for the constitutional and due process issues that Public Defender Witcher has mentioned. It's a second layer of review within our office that we're really excited about, and it's also going to provide a unit that's going to connect to probation and parole, which we've identified as a real area of need in our community. If people are on probation and on parole, we'll be able to discuss with those entities what the correct method of prosecution for those people are with new cases. So that's another layer of that we're excited about.
It's been a long time coming, so I'm anxious to see it implemented. I'll turn it over to the Commissioner Drew.
Thank you. So has this been done someplace before, or is this just innovative on the parts of all 3 of you?
This is a similar way that we've been handling the misdemeanor court for some time now. And actually, State's Attorney Retzel and Public Defender Witcher created the idea to try to piggyback on that, and it was presented to now Justice Kaczynski, who is also excited and for that process, but of course he elevated to a different spot. And so when I became part of this, in this job, I was approached by Ms. Retzel and Mr. Witcher, and because I've seen the process work before, we've kind of let it fall by the wayside in magistrate court a little bit, and we're working on some things there as well. But I think that we have the real opportunity to take a big bulk of our caseload. I've been watching for some time what's taking the time on our what we call short cause days. Our trials, you'll see in some of our budget with some of the trial money that we're requesting, and the time for the judges and our staff to be able to process these cases. And although I know that everything may have some hiccups along the way, I just know that I've been here long enough that we need to try something, because even though what we're doing may have worked at a different time and in a different place, the numbers that we have and the situations that we have in the community have evolved. And if we don't evolve with it, or at least try to evolve with it, I think we're going to have some larger problems.
I thank you for this, because I'm very impressed. I appreciate the fact that you've all stepped out of maybe your comfort zones and innovating something new that can be very workable for Pennington County and could spread throughout a lot larger places too. Thank you.
Any other commissioner?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dare?
So, yeah, this has been talked about, at least, even as we went into the budget cycle last year, talking about what costs the county so much money. And this entire, kind of public safety thing regarding incarceration, prosecution, public defender, court-appointed attorneys, the court system, the courthouse. I believe anyway that we're collecting about $60 million in property taxes that are our share to keep. And our public safety effort exceeds that $60 million mark. So if you add in all of our cost, the tax money that we're collecting doesn't even pay for the entire public safety process and system. And so looking for those efficiencies is great. And getting down to the domino effect is what happens, the number of status hearings, the court-appointed attorneys, the conflict cases, all the contract work we do. You can look on just on the bills that we just paid this time, paying people outside the community or outside of our organization to do this type of work and assessments, and the different law firms in town that are court-appointed. And we're talking millions and millions of dollars. And so and I do know, and again, I would hope anyway, because I know Laura's going to come back at budget time and say, we have a high caseload, which we do, and I would like to have, more staff. But anyway, the effort is appreciated because it has a domino effect. And if you go back to, we've had the talk the last year about we don't have enough bed space in the jail, and we have to build, we need to bond. And the initial discussion was to have about a $120 million bond project for adding on to our existing facilities. And so it is a price tag, and we only have so much money. So looking for efficiencies with the dollars we have is great. And getting back to the discussion about, the jail populace, I think at one time, a few months ago, we had about 550 people in jail, and only 15 to 20 of those were actually serving a sentence. And the rest of them were, on holds for other agencies, et cetera. And we were going through, status hearing after status hearing after status hearing. And then again, some of these individuals going through our system would be, they might be on their fourth charge and never adjudicated on the first charge, and then they're out. Maybe they got a PR bond, maybe they're out and they offend again before any of those other charges were ever adjudicated. And so, this is great.
I do want to speak to that, because that would be the one thing we forgot to mention. A pattern that we've been seeing, and that's the cycle, the unfortunate cycle of addiction and some of the poverty issues in our community, is that, on the one hand, you kind of get the pressure to empty out the jail for these low-level offenses, but if you're not able to get people the help that they need, or just putting people back out in the same environment that they were in, and my hope, and I believe is their vision as well, that even for folks that may be in custody right away and aren't being released, we're preventing that third, fourth, fifth charge by trying our level best to get them the resources right up front instead of waiting and losing them in the system somehow. So that is also a high priority of at least mine, I know.
Right.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I like when people have visions. You guys already know that by now. I like team effort. It takes a team to make things happen. Individuals or trying to stay in your bubble doesn't usually work. This is a pretty awesome, an efficient and an effective way to put a team together with, and I'm going to probably embarrass her, with Miss Lindgren, because Miss Lindgren's been in the system. Experience does matter. She knows the system. You guys have known the system a long time. You're putting three heads together to make some kind of effort, and hopefully this effort becomes very effective for our county or just for our state. Maybe it's like Gary had said on some other stuff, that it maybe is the start of something that might be very positive for not only us, but in Minnehaha or somewhere else. Miss Lindgren, because you are involved, I've known you for a long time. You're very efficient and you're very effective. What you do for our community and how much you have loved our community, I've watched. I've watched you at many events. I've watched you in court, and I don't usually watch court. I haven't been to court maybe I think once in my entire life over a rental issue, but it's exciting to hear. And with your team of our Pennington County State's Attorney and Public Defenders and you, I put full confidence that this will be efficient and effective. So again, I don't think people have ever watched Heidi or how much she has loved our community and what she has done for our community. It's not just as a judge, but as a person. So when someone believes in something that much in our community, it usually makes it happen. And she has done this before, and I have full confidence with our team of Public Defender's Office and State's Attorney that this will happen and it will be awesome. And it's something well needed. I've watched a long time, and we do have some areas in my career right now that we own some of our weekly motels and stuff. It's going to be huge. So I'm excited to see if it works, and you already know you'll always have my input on efficiency and effectiveness, but appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Reaching out to Commissioner Weifenbach in Oklahoma. You got any comments or questions, Ron?
Yeah, I appreciate, and I appreciate the judge's efforts moving forward and with Eric and Laura. So it looks like the intentions are to lower the status hearing totals. I mean, we have, I think Commissioner Durd alluded to it earlier about having so many people in jail that sometimes and they haven't had a status hearing because they keep getting continued. Is that an intention of this process? I think I heard that, but I wanted to make sure that's what I heard, was to reduce that so that people were not sitting in jail without having, maybe having a status hearing and getting help they need or actually getting a trial.
That is one of the ultimate goals of this process, at least for those Class 5 and Class 6 felonies. I'm proud to say that when I presented it to the circuit judges, that I did have a judge step up and volunteer to be a part of this. So awesome. Judge Wickery is actually going to take this on. She's been working with court services. She's been working with transport to help facilitate. She's been working with the leads from the State's Attorney's Office and Public Defender's Office. She's excited about it. We knew that we needed somebody who wanted to do it, not somebody who was voluntold to do it, because I think that makes all the difference in the world in these programs. I know from having done the alternative courts for 10 years myself that you have to want to do something and not just be put in a place to make it work. So those are all goals of ours. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Eric Witcher personally. This is his last meeting. He is scooting off into the sunset, as you all know, to Florida. He was very instrumental in this, and I can only hope and count on the fact that the Public Defender's Office will carry on his leadership. So thank you, Commissioner. If you don't have any other questions, you're spot on with what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you, Judge Lindgren. We appreciate all your efforts, and we appreciate Eric's efforts. We know that he's been instrumental in a lot of the changes and with our state's attorneys too. So we're looking forward to making this work because we're looking at the golf ball coming down the garden hose with the jail, and we are committed to. I am committed to not making any changes to the jail till we can get through some of this to see what kind of efforts come out of this and how the commission can work together with you guys to make some of this stuff happen. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank all three of you for taking the time to come today and explain an exciting project, and we're looking forward to seeing it implemented. And so once again, thank you.
I always welcome all of you to come watch court because
Absolutely.
sometimes you hear things or you're told things, but I can only tell you that to just see it firsthand, whether it's sitting through a bond court hearing every morning at 10 to see the volume that we're processing, or any of the circuit judges, I'd invite you anytime. My day is Thursdays, so thank you for listening.
I think your voice is coming back, Heidi.
I think a lot of people have been, it's been gone for.
Well, thank you guys again. Very much appreciated. Okay, this is for information only, so we're going to move on to, we're going to move back to item number 9. And now, Sabrina, it's your turn. Items from the auditor.
Good morning, Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor. I just have 3 items on the agenda. The first one is we have an ownership transfer from Chad Timmer to Joseph and Cynthia Lemire of a retail on and off sale malt beverage and South Dakota wine license for Rockerville Lodge and Cabins LLC.
Very good. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
I'd
Drews.
move to approve the transfer of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Rockerville Lodge and Cabins, Chad Timmer, to Rockerville Lodge and Cabins LLC, Cynthia Lemire.
Second.
Got a motion by Drews, a second by Durr. We'll do roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. We'll move on to item B.
This one is an approval of a transfer of retail on and off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Horse Creek to Ridgeline Roasters LLC.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Durr.
I'm going to move to approve the transfer of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Horse Creek Resort to Ridgeline Roasters LLC.
Second.
Motion by Durr, second by Drews. Roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. And now on to item C.
The last one is an approval of a new retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine for Natural History Alliance.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve that one. Get a second?
Second.
Motion by Roskinek, second by Drews. Roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Thank you, Sabrina. Okay, item number 11, we're moving into planning and zoning. Brittany asked that we take a 10-minute break so that they can get set up. So I'd take a motion for that.
We just recessed.
Okay, we're just taking a recess, 10-minute break. Thank you. You there, Ron?
I'm here, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we're going to be moving on to item 11. This is items from planning and zoning. I'd take a motion to convene as the Board of Adjustment.
So move.
I got a second from Drews.
Second.
Or a motion by Drews and a second by Durr, and we'll do roll call.
You have to turn your mic on, I think.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. We'll go on to item A. That's variance COVA 26-0011, and I'll recognize planning and zoning.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item 11A is variance COVA 26-11 to reduce a required setback in an agriculture zoning district. The applicants are Joseph and Jillian Petrowitz. The location of the property is 11821 Deerfield Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. When staff considers variance requests, we do take a two-prong approach. Prong one determines whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest. You can see those responses on the screen. Prong two determines whether a special condition exists to grant a variance. You can see there we have check no. So the applicants are proposing, or they're requesting to reduce the required 25-foot setback to 5 feet in order to construct a detached garage. You can see the survey here on the left-hand side of the screen. In the red box is the proposed shop. They are going to be removing 3 old structures that were constructed back in the early 1900s. The 25-foot setback is the green line you see there. You can see that they are proposing the 5-foot setback. On the right-hand side of the screen is the aerial view of that property as it sits today. The subject property is 127.9 acres. So in this case, strict application of the 25-foot setback does not appear to create an unwarranted hardship. Approval of this variance is not consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan, as there are no special conditions that exist that would prevent the proposed structure from being placed in a location that meets that 25-foot setback. And the request does not appear to meet the criteria required to support a variance approval. So with that, staff recommends denial of variance COVA 26-11 as there's no special condition on the property. That would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends 2 conditions be included.
Thank you, Jason. You might point out to the audience that that red line up there on the aerial photo is Rapid Map GIS system, and it's not necessarily accurate, so just so everybody knows that.
That's correct. It is not survey quality, so that's why I did include the survey on the left-hand side of the screen.
Thank you. And we'll let is the applicant here to speak on that?
I don't know if they're in the audience or not.
Yeah. Joe, do you want to announce yourself and
thanks, commissioners, and good morning. Joseph Petrovitz. My wife is traveling out of state for her niece's graduation, so she's unable to make it, but she would be here if she could. Family's been in the Black Hills area, Hill City, Deerfield area for over 100 years. Grandparents moved to this place in the 50s after Grandpa got out of the Navy. Multiple buildings on the property from the 1904 period, the houses from 1904. The county road, our driveway, is actually an old county road. Just to the north of the house, out of the frame there, is another county road that's no longer in existence. It's our private land now, but all this was before the Deerfield paved road moved through the area. And the main thoroughfare too, from Hill City to Deerfield Lake, was through McVeigh Valley further to the north. So once the Deerfield Road came in, we conceded. There was property on the other side of Deerfield Road, and it split the land. So we've conceded to the county with the roads for a very long time. So we're just looking to replace 4 existing structures in the same exact spot. That's basically what we're asking for. If we were to move it to the south, as you can see, the Forest Service setback continues at a diagonal, and it would push us over into the barnyard or the pasture. Same thing to the east, Forest Service to the west, so we can't do that. And our septic tank and drain field is to the north, so we're in a kind of a tight spot. So appreciate your time and
I'll just let the commission know that I did go out there and do an inspection, and the reason those 4 buildings that are there now were built where they were is because the county road was a county road, and they were built so they could align to the county road, which is currently now a driveway, and the house was built in that same manner. So your request would be, if you go ahead and move it out 25 feet, you're literally probably going to be in that county road, and you won't have any parking. So I just wanted to point that out to the other commissioners.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Jason, can you bring up the land use map for me so you can see the surrounding property?
Yep, so this is a map of the entire property. The portion that we're talking about here is in this little divot there.
Okay, and they're surrounded basically by Forest Service where they're wanting to build?
Except for the 2 lots here to the north.
Show me the 2 lots, what you're talking about.
These 2 brown lots zone suburban residential.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And they want to put, Commissioner Durr, they want to put the house where on that property? Can you show me exactly where it goes on the property?
Yep, it's a detached garage. It'll go right about here.
Okay, and remember, that's not a county road anymore. They won't be affecting anything and parking or anything else with that. But I don't have a problem with this because of the Forest Service around the surrounding areas. It is ag, and bottom line is, who are they really going to affect in the long run? If it wasn't a 1904 property and it hasn't been there for 100 years, and they did something, meaning they just built because they could, there might be a little bit of, some issues with how we do business or how they did business to put or do what you're doing on your property. But I don't see they're affecting their neighbors. I don't think in the future they're going to affect their neighbors by this. So I have no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
So I'm looking at your alternative motion here. What are the two conditions?
Those conditions, number one would be that this variance only applies to the proposed detached garage, and number two, that the applicant obtains an approved building permit for the detached garage.
Does this work for you?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's
All right.
fine. We're already in the process of.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move to approve variance COVA 26-0011 with two conditions, as the Board of Adjustment finds that literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance creates an unnecessary hardship and restricts reasonable use of the property due to exceptional siting.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Durr and a second by Commissioner Hadcock. I'll go ahead and entertain a roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Rosknecht.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you, Joe. Moving on to item B, I'll recognize Brittany, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Hand, Planning Director. So item B is variance COVA 26-0006 for Russ Johnson to allow more than 40 dwelling units on a dead-end road system. So this was continued from the April 7th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. The applicant was going to work with the neighbor that was granting him the easement to work on some language in the easement. So I will defer to Mr. Johnson regarding that request.
Okay, very good. Mr. Johnson, would you come up, introduce yourself, and we'll start this off with you. I have a lot of speaker request form, and the way we're going to do that today is I've got folks that are for it and folks that are opposed. We're going to alternate those as we hear each person.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hadcock, Rosknecht, Weifenbach, Durr, Drews. I appreciate everybody taking the time to address this. I'd like to start off the meeting here with submitting the 70 support letters that I have to my file. Do I just hand them over here? So Commissioners, I broke down the 70 support letters as to where they came from, just so you have an idea. From the Hill City local government, we have 3. Tana Nichols, the current mayor, is in support of housing. Justin Theory, City Council's in support of the housing. Ethan Walker's in support of the housing. And also, I think, did he go to make copies of that, or I made copies for each one of you? Anyway, we'll keep going here. Tin Lode Court, the connecting dead-end road on the other end of Palmer Gulch Road. There are actually 5 people on that road that had signed support letters. I put the addresses on here of those nice folks. There were 10 parcels on Palmer Gulch Road in support of this development. I've also included all those on this list. The other thing I noticed while I was doing this list, which I didn't really realize, along with the Hill City Ambulance, said that they could support it as long as I put guardrails and a couple other things in there. There are 9 one-acre parcels that exist on the beginning of Palmer Gulch Road. So that's all I have for that. And then I also had taken some notes from the last meeting. I wanted to submit them into my record. I don't know where your guy went, but actually I've made a copy for each one of you of the notes. So at the last commission meeting, Weifenbach, Durr, and Rosknecht, they had all asked me about the PUD. You know, what is the PUD? How big is it? What's it gonna be? Where are these houses? How many, what's the quantity? What's the density? Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I'd taken the time, and I'd actually like to submit into my record also the PUD breakdown. I have all the information for the PUD. I've made a copy for each one of the commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Durr.
I'm just going to make a comment, Mr. Johnson. Every copy that you give us, we have to have a public copy available.
Oh,
And so,
can we just put it up on the screen?
well, it would help if we would have it in advance of the meeting.
Okay, I do apologize for that. I just didn't have.
Right, but everything that you give us, we have to make part of the public record, so that's why we're making additional copies.
Okay. I'm about done. So, commissioners, some of the questions that had developed were how many, you know, I had originally asked for 36 units in this development. You know, I had also asked that some of these units be, dwelling units be possibly for teachers or people moving to the area that need some kind of transition housing. After listening to the neighbors, commissioners, everybody involved, I have made a very small narrative on the front of this PUD application package, which describes exactly what I'm doing. It says that I'm doing a 44.4% reduction. At that point, with the easement, that would mean that I'd be asking for 9 units above the 40 unit rule on the dead end road. So that'd be 20 dwelling units, 2-bedroom max on a permanent foundation on a leased lot. That's basically all on the front page.
Chair, just Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Russ, what you want to do today, and if they ask you questions on your PUD, you want to answer for the PUD. Today, you want to answer for your variance and your 40-unit rule and how you've got that agreement. In full disclosure, I met with Russ at his place, took the tour, and I also met with the planning department with Russ on this issue. So bottom line today, you're looking for that variance, Russ. If they ask you questions on the PUD to see how you're following through, you can answer those questions, but it'll be easier for us right now to figure out if we're going to give you that variance and why we should give you that variance, sir.
Fair enough.
Thank you, sir.
So, and also, so Commissioner Durr had asked me to go back to the grantor of the easement. I did go back, talk to the grantor of the easement, who has been Switzerland, is coming back yesterday or today. Also with that, I'd actually talked to Tyler, the state's attorney. I'd come up with an addendum to the easement. The addendum to the easement covered the state's attorney had two sentences he didn't really like in that original easement. One was what defines an emergency. The other was who can go through the gate. I defined those more clearly in this addendum to the easement. Just a few highlights of that are basically, the addendum says, any can be used by any individual requiring egress. There'd be no gate. And it's just an emergency, so it's a broad word. So basically, anybody in emergency condition or situation could drive through that gate and not be trespassing. The owner of this land, Mr. Grimm, said, I sent it to him and he looked at it and he said, well, Russ, I'm not going to sign that thing, but I probably will sign it, most definitely, if the commissioners vote to agree to use it. We'll get it signed and get it recorded. So at this point, I'd like to record the addendum to the easement, and also Tyler had made reference to the easement. It looks like a positive remarks to the addendum. So I think I've covered all the ground with that. Sorry, I didn't realize that we had to make copies for everybody. I had to keep the printer rolling. So here's a copy of the easement addendum to submit to record, and also a copy of state's attorney response to the addendum. And a copy of each one of those. On those notes, also from the last commission meeting, Commissioner Hadcock had actually made a clear comment on this easement, where this easement will be placed, that in the many years of living there, she had been involved with the development of the box culvert that was at the beginning of Palmer Gulch Road. And during events of flooding or different circumstances, many of the community have already been using this easement to get out of there through that same area. Actually, just relatively beside it exists the original roadway that went through there for 50 years probably, or longer than that. So anyway, that's it. I have a conclusion that I'd like to read at the end. That's all the information I have, which is pretty substantial. I feel like I've covered all the bases of all the questions and comments from the last commission meeting. I've tried to meet all the egress, safety, protocol, and ordinance of the county, and tried to align with Jerome Harvey, the safety administrator, on all of his ideas and criteria also. So thank you very much, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Russ. At this time, we're going to start with the speaker request form, and I'm going to start with that batch that evidently is opposed to this. You have 3 minutes to go ahead and share your thoughts with the commission, beginning with Charlotte Cushman.
First of all, I would like to say that to get signatures from people who do not even live on Palmer Gulch Road, to say whether they agree with it or not, it is none of their business. We live there. We have the say. So, kind of makes me angry. But anyway, what I've said to you before about rights, rights don't mean that you can do whatever you want. they do have limits. So in regards to property rights, you don't have a right to, say, to develop an atomic bomb on your property and set it off. You don't have the right to have parties until 3 o'clock in the morning and keep your neighbors up. And the context that we're talking about with us is we have an ordinance. An ordinance is a law. If one person is allowed to break the law and have 20 or 40 structures on our road, what about the rest of us? Are we expected to follow the law? What if somebody else wants to have 20 structures? If you approve this, you're opening the gate. And then what are the standards going to be for following the law? And that's my question.
Thank you, Charlotte. The next speaker request form would be for this proposed variance, and then I'll call on Julie Martin. Julie in the audience. Good morning.
Morning.
Announce your name and...
I am Julie Martin. I am Russell's sister, and I appreciate you listening to me. And I will just address quickly on the light issue. You know, I drive to see my mom and my brother, and I literally see one house. The rest of these people, I've never seen your house. I'm not going to drive down your road and listen to it, you know, do it, but that's just addressing that. I grew up on the Palmer Gulch Road, and our family was the only resident there. I have seen firsthand how responsible development allowed other families the opportunity to live there as well. With the approximately 44% reduction in density proposed for Snowbird Hardaway, the project is now generally comparable to the 7 one-acre dwelling pattern found along the portions of the first section of Palmer Gulch. Because the property is surrounded by a large amount of Forest Service land, this project has minimal impact on neighboring properties, with providing a meaningful benefit to the growing Hill City community. The Rapid City Journal reported on 4/19 of this year that there is a $10 million shortage of houses, according to the United States, according to the White House economist. The mayor and many people support this project. I've worked at Prudential as a financial advisor for 42 years, and people retire, they have a lot of equity in their home. They want to downsize, sell their house, and get at some of this equity. Watching my brother grow into such a perfectionist carpenter has been incredible. Over the last several years, I've seen the immense pride and heart he's poured into every single project. He doesn't just build things, he creates flawless, lasting work. Look at the turquoise Victorian house by the 1880 train. He is not going to build some shabby little deal. It is going to be something that everybody will be proud to say, this is in our neighborhood. I really respect your time, and I hope that you guys can help provide better housing for the future of Hill City. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And this one here would be for opposed, and I'm going to call on Stephen McPherson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving time to this very important issue. I did provide each of you with an email that has some specific concerns that I have related to this and due process, due diligence. I point out that my property is directly adjacent to where this easement is expected to go. My property is at the very end of the dead end of Palmer Gulch Road, and when Mr. Johnson says that that is already accessible and available for use, that's not a true statement. That's my property that people would be driving on, and that would be trespassing on my property. So apparently Mr. Johnson has already granted access for trespassing on my land, and I do not appreciate that. Also, in the matter of due diligence, there's the issue of Tinlode Court. Tinlode Court has a specific road district. I'm an officer of that road district, and I have never been
consulted. The road district has never been asked. The road district has never submitted a position on this. Also, the Harney Wilderness Estates is an HOA. Again, on Tin Lode Court, none of these people have been consulted, asked, or anything. So that fits into the thing of due process and due diligence. Those of us who are directly affected are entitled to by just the expectation of due process. So I would ask that you guys would take favorable consideration of those of us who are directly impacted and directly to give some kind of concession to that. I have much more that I'd like to be able to say, but my time is very limited. But my other part of this is that in my career, I've spent a great deal of time in policy development, policy support, policy execution. And I know that at various times there is a need for exception to policy, but good policy creates good execution, which then for everyone establishes a good standard. Pennington County, and you folks are at the leadership of this, have established a very good standard and a very good expectation. And those of us who have bought property, those of us who have invested in residential establishment in those areas specifically and in the shadows of Mount Rushmore, we have made a specific investment because of those standards that you have established. And I would ask you to maintain that standard. We live in an area of reduced density residential area for a purpose, and we pay the taxes to support that. We ask you to maintain that. This is not a time or place that we need to make that exception to policy. We need to maintain the standard that we have invested in and into Pennington County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Can I have Jason, planning and zoning? Is there any way we can put rapid map up there so we can actually see where this snowbird is, so as people get up and talk, we can maybe visualize a little bit better?
Is that where, would that, you'll have to switch it to,
Yeah, I can pop it over. We can't get the timer then and
Okay, well,
same screen, but
okay.
we can.
Well, we're going to move on. This would be for, I'm going to call on Carla Texel. Good morning, ma'am. Just to announce your name and your thoughts on this matter.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carla Texel, and I am not directly impacted by this project, but I am a supporter of it. I live on Neck Yoke Road, and I've been there for 34 years as a resident, and I have experienced several wildfire events in the area, one being just recently within the last month. I understand the importance of being able to safely mobilize both people and emergency equipment during a fire. So access to my house was closed, and I was not allowed to go home for many hours, and that might not seem like an issue, but it is very stressful for the homeowners. So one of my neighbors actually had to walk her horses up the road because of the road closure. So also my late husband, Bill Texel, worked for the Forest Service, and he was very respected by his colleagues and worked in command roles on many wildland fires. So I've seen firsthand how important secondary access and emergency planning can be for both residents and first responders. I support the Snowbird Hideaway project because the developer has created an emergency corridor between two dead-end road systems and is implementing a fire mitigation plan to help improve safety for the surrounding area. I also appreciate the type of retirement, being a retiree, I appreciate retirement and housing opportunities that this project provides for both Hill City and surrounding communities and the positive financial impact that it has on those communities. So
Well, thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out today. This would be opposed, and this would be Joanne McPherson, please. Good morning, Joanne.
Hi there. Hi. You can probably guess that I'm the other half of Lot 4 on Tidland Court. I apologize for this stutter sometimes. I wanted you to understand that Lot 4 is not just Lot 4. Lot 4 is a family that lives there. We aren't just a big house that came in from Virginia. We are a military couple who have saved for 31 years for our dream home. Do you know where our first home was? 1140 Woodbridge Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota. My daughter was born out at Ellsworth Air Force Base, and we fell in love with the hills then, and we've been coming back here every other year for 20-some years. We finally made it back. We retired out of the Pentagon. We finally made it back here in 2020, and we built our home. My son went to SDSU. We picked a lot on a cul-de-sac. Excuse me. I sometimes get a stutter. I have PTSD from 2 combat tours in Iraq. We picked a cul-de-sac so that it would be quiet to assist me. That daughter who was born has autism, and she has no stranger danger. She doesn't understand about certain things. We have, anyway, I'm sorry. I don't think you have seen, the pictures don't show how close the 2 driveways are. They don't indicate that a 21-foot wide road through there, what that's going to do. I brought some pictures. I didn't have time to make copies. I can give them to you. I invite you to come out and see how close these 2 properties are. Regarding the emergency evacuation, yeah, the old Palmer Gulch Road goes right through there. We thought it was going to be our driveway. There is nothing that prevents any of those folks, if they need to leave, from driving right through there. There does not need to be a paved road or anything. Come right on down. Of course there needs to be a way, if there is truly a wildfire, of course those people need to come out of there. Come on out. But don't make a road through there. Don't build this monstrous thing onto Tinlode Court and say there's an easement and you can drive onto private property through a road district, through an HOA that knew nothing about this until Thursday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I am now, this would be for the proposed variance, and I'm going to call on Connie. I'm not going to try the last name, but you can certainly announce yourself when you get up here. Thank you for coming out today, Connie. It's good seeing you.
The name's pretty well known in the area.
Yeah. Thank you, Connie.
At the first meeting, when I heard that 36, it was kind of a shock, and I was against the project. But with a little time and understanding that the number was going to be like half that, I can accept, I can promote the project. We are the longest residents there besides the Johnsons. We bought our property in the early 80s. When we moved there in 84, in front of our house was cement, and we used one cement pad for cars, and the other I didn't want there. So I got a crowbar and started chipping it away. Russell's father, Bob Johnson, came over with a backhoe, a Caterpillar or something, and I told him I can't afford to have this cement removed. I want it out of here. I want green grass, but I can't afford to do it. And he said, well, it's Good Neighbor Day. And he took care of the problem, and I've had green grass there ever since. More recently, well, I was in my 30s at that time, in 84. I'm not in my 30s, I'm in my 80s now, still living in the same place. So thankful that I've had wonderful neighbors, surroundings, everything. And not last year because we didn't have any snow, but the year before, there were a couple times when it looked like we wouldn't be able to get out our driveway. And Russ came over, and I said, Russ, I can't afford snow removal. And he said, it's good neighbor day, both times. We've lived out there over 40 years anyway. We've had good neighbors. So with this long experience, I can tell you that his dad, Bob, Cordelia, Russell, Kim, Annie, I can tell you what kind of people they are. They're good neighbors. They're good people.
Thank you, Connie. Certainly appreciate that. Okay, move on to oppose. I'll call on John Van Bogart. John? I saw John earlier. There you are. Come on up, John, and announce yourself and say your piece.
I'm John Van Bogart. I live in the Harney Mountain Peaks homeowners group. I am a road captain for Tin Lode and Iron Horse Road. And there's no question, Russ is a great guy. Russ has a lot of integrity. He does great things for the community. And this development he's doing has great potential. Unfortunately, while he got an agreement to have an easement put through his property, he didn't include the homeowners association, and he didn't include the road group, which are both legal entities. Both entities have some liability on the decisions that are made related to this ease of access. Some of those are who's going to be available to go through that road. Is it just going to be his residents, or is it going to be everybody on Palmer Gulch Road? What's the security in the gate system? If there's traffic, once that information hits the internet, all of a sudden there's going to be a trail for people coming out of the KOA to go down Tin Lode and cut across this property and go down Palmer Gulch on their shortcut to get to Deadwood. Fact is, it's going to show on the maps. I've watched all sorts of 40-foot toy haulers try to go up Palmer Pond Court across the street from my house. It's been kind of amusing. We've spent evenings watching it. And I don't think the Grimms want that happening in their yard. I think what we need to do is take the time to get the information that we need so that we can make a sound decision as an association, as a road district, and as homeowners to do the right thing for both Russ and our residents. And finding out on Friday night that this happened, that this agreement is going on, is not giving us enough time to work with our homeowners to decide what their will is. Now, it's nice that he has 5 people that have signed and agreed to it. We have 12 residents in the road group. And he's got 5 agreements out of 12. I think we need more people giving input. I don't know what the impact to the road is going to be over time with the additional traffic. I don't know if we've talked about putting gates up on Tin Lode and Old Hill City Road. I don't know what's going to happen to his easement if we go ahead and put a gate up at Old Hill City Road. His easement's worthless. So I think we just need time to really sit down and discuss it as a community. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And
Thank
I'll
you,
move
John.
on.
Appreciate it. So the next one, speaker request form would be 4, and I'll call on Jacob Stretmeyer. Jacob, good morning.
Morning. Jacob Stratmeyer. Where'd it go here? I just feel like growing up in Hill City, there's not a lot of housing that, I don't know, middle class, whatever, can afford, and retirement people can afford. And I would probably still live there if that were the case. After 30 years, we left Hill City. I think that it would, sorry. I think it would help support local businesses, contractors, restaurants, service providers beyond the tourist season if we had more housing available. And it would also help create some construction and maintenance jobs for some of us local trades. Then that's really all I have to say. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming out today and sharing that information. The next speaker request form is opposed to this variance. I'm going to call on John Jorgensen, please. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Commission. My name is John Jorgensen. I'm the president of the Harney Mountain Wilderness Estates HOA. I learned about this Friday night as well, and there was no consultation, no review or anything up to this point of any of the actions taken. So we're trying to come up to speed really quickly on this matter. I've talked to about a quarter of the residents in the HOA, and I've not found anyone that supports this yet. So that's about as far as my kind of polling has gone at this point. I would point out the egress ends at the Grimm property. It does not continue on through Tin Lode and out to Old Hill City Road. That is something that is part of the HOA and the road district that John Van Bogart mentioned. At this point, there's also a need to, have a architectural committee review by the HOA of any construction that goes on any of those properties. Nothing has been proposed at this point for construction of a road, a gate, or anything of that matter. I would also support a lot of the other comments. It seems like there's a bit of an underhanded component to this, in that Russ is being very selective about who he's engaging and who he's not engaging on this matter. If we want to be up front and talk to everybody about this, I think we would have probably a different outcome in terms of understanding what we're at, and we're not in this position of having to come to a meeting that I wasn't planning to at all, and just kind of disrupt my weekend trying to do graduation parties and all kinds of other things, trying to catch up on this matter. So those are a few of the points that I wanted to make. I think, the comments that have been made so far in opposition to this are all fair comments. So
Chair, can I ask one question?
Commissioner Hadcock.
Okay, so the guy that owns the easement, sir, is he in your HOA?
He is in the HOA.
Okay. So, and he never told you?
He never told me. We just had our board meeting, and this never came up.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, John.
Thank you.
I'm going to call, this would be 4, and I'm going to call on Andrew Zenz. Andrew?
Good morning. My name is Andrew Zenz. I grew up in Hill City and graduated high school through there. I now have a small family and live in Blackhawk. Someday our family would like to move back to Hill City and maybe get my kids in the school system there. One of the major challenges we faced is affordable, developable property, and I'm all for the snowboard hideaway because I think it opens up property not only for retired couples looking to downsize, but then more affordable property for younger families, which would be good for the community, in my opinion.
Okay, well, thank you for coming out, and we'll move on to the opposed, and I'll call on Jeremy Dean. Jeremy, are you in the audience? Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning. So I wasn't planning on speaking, but
well, I see a request form, so you got the floor.
Yep. So I'm just going to reiterate what Charlotte said about all these letters from people that don't live on Palmer Gulch Road, and 3 of them specifically from the city. We cannot vote. They're elected officials that we did not vote on. As county people, none of us can vote on them city people. They are not our representatives. So they either live in the county, so they should just be treated as county residents, nothing beyond that. And then, okay. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. Hill City is pushing for a trail system, and on this trail system, they're wanting to put a parking lot on Palmer Gulch Road. And I just talked with Ben Shoemaker this morning from the Forest Service to see how this is going, and he said it's about 60% along. So I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but there's going to be more traffic on that road. This is the first, I made some copies, but the first projected parking lot is kind of across from the sawmill, and the second one's just past the corner. And yeah, it's a long ways away, but it is in the works, and it's probably going to happen, so there is going to be more traffic on there. And this affects, I think it should affect your decision a little bit. So
Sure.
appreciate it.
Thank you for coming out, Jeremy. Moving back to for the variance, I'm going to call on Mike Zenz. Mike, you have the floor. Just introduce yourself, please.
Morning. I'm Mike Zenz. I do construction in the area, and I do realize we need more area to build. And I think Russ is doing a good job developing that area. And once nobody's mentioned is that he lives there, so he has to put up with what's going to be going there. So I think that's got a lot of weight behind what's going on there. So that's about all I got to say.
Thank you for coming out today, Mike. And this would be for the opposed, and I'm going to call on Michael Steve. Is it Steve? Yep, there you go. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Michael Steve from Costello Porter Law Firm, here representing some of the landowners. And of course, I can't speak to the emotional part of it, but the biggest issue we got here is you guys gave Russ 7 weeks to expand the easement because it was found to not be sufficient for public safety, for fire reasons, for all these other reasons that if you were to grant the variance would be necessary. In the 7 weeks, Russ simply didn't do that. He never got a signed easement. We never were able to see a signed easement. He came up here today for the first time and claims I drafted an addendum that he sent over to the state's attorney. It's not signed. We don't know if it would be sufficient. We don't have any opinion on whether or not it would be sufficient from a safety standpoint, emergency vehicle standpoint, or anything like that. So the most simplest point is you guys gave him 7 weeks to do something. He just simply didn't do it, came up here today, and tried to move forward with the project as is. For that reason, it should be denied. On top of that, even if you were to move forward, you'd probably have yourself a public notice mess on that hand because we would at least need to see it. It would need to be signed, presented to the public, and not just shotgunned here at the last second without the public being able to see it or provide comment. So for that reason, I again believe the variance should be denied. Thank you.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you very much.
Can I ask
Commissioner
something?
Hadcock.
Are you representing anybody in the HOAs?
Not in the HOA, no, but I also agree that's a mess there that whether or not this easement could even be valid underneath the governing documents of that HOA, which is a whole different quagmire than what we're even talking about here today.
Well, what's kind of weird for me is this has been going on 7 weeks and people don't know about it yet, whether it be the HOAs or not. So it's kind of strange to me that it's not a big community and nobody in 7 weeks in these HOAs have ever noticed or seen anything that Russ was doing in this area. So that's why I asked you if there was anybody in the HOA that was representing.
And I'm not, but I agree with you. I mean, ultimately, if you guys want this thing to go forward, ultimately the biggest thing is public safety. I mean, that's why you guys have this 40 lot rule. That's why you're requiring him to extend his easement. So if we're not able to actually get that legally, be it through the county, be it through the guy that grants the easement, be it through the HOA, be it through the county road district, the concern is getting the cart before the horse and allowing him to build all these roads when we don't have our safety issue figured out, which it seems like there are a whole lot of things here at play from a safety standpoint before we can even consider the PUD, the houses, or anything else.
Michael, but they won't give them, we've done this before many times, is what it is a condition of the 40-unit rule. He has to have that agreement signed before he gets a building permit or even moves forward on a PUD.
Sure.
So it can be moved forward, it's just that condition has to be met. And if that condition is not met, if the guy decides he's not going to do the easement, if it's in a lawsuit or something else, then that building permit is not moved forward. So we have done this before with a condition. The bottom line is that he has to get that easement for health, safety, and welfare.
Sure, and I completely understand. I would again just point out, he had been given the 7 weeks to do it, and we are no further in the process than we were 7 weeks
We
ago.
actually made him change it. If you remember, that's why we had to continue it again. So we made him change what we wanted on that agreement. So, and then the guy went out of town, if I'm correct. So I'm not against what you're saying at all, sir. There's just other circumstances that we have done this before, and we are the ones that continued it further to try to get more people and understanding of what's going on out there.
No, completely understood. But
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, this would be speaker request form for the gentleman that's for the variance, and I'll call on Wayne Walter. Good morning, sir. Just announce yourself and carry on.
I'm Wade Walther, and resident of Hill City and, of course, Pennington County. Due to the volume, I'm going to kind of condense some of my thoughts down just a little bit here, but I guess the main thing that I wanted to reiterate at this particular point of the forum veers a little bit into the philosophical, in the sense that I think it's really important that we remember that the ultimate goal here is to push toward additional, affordable, modest, realistic housing options. We are looking at an area that is starved for opportunity like that. As it's been spoken to before, for middle class, for more affordable options, for things that could be incorporated like that. I think it's also important to remember that what's being proposed is residences that would be financially stable. It'd be individuals that would positively contribute to the tax base. They would be shareholders with ownership interests within that community. I think that's a really important thing to remind ourselves as we're considering what's being proposed as well. And I think just to conclude, one of the things that I would also think about is the danger of cave. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. I didn't come up with it, but I'll judge it based a little bit on your reactions potentially. CAVE is citizens against virtually everything. And CAVE can be dangerous. CAVE can stifle growth. It can strangle communities. It's something that I personally think we need to be very cautious with when it comes to CAVE. I could even illustrate it that CAVE can have damaging effects. CAVE can cause folks that are very passionately opposing something like this, representing new ownership interest in a retirement community, but on the other hand, spoke in support and favor of putting a state penitentiary within the community. Not just within the community, but within the area. Not just within the area, potentially on that same road. So CAVE is something I think we have to be cautious with. And I guess that the request and the ask on our part would be that you carefully consider and favorably consider the Snowbird Hideaway.
Wayne, thanks so much. And this would be, we're just about done. We got 4 or 5 of these left. This would be opposed, and I'm going to call on Lynn Karp. Lynn, are you in the audience today? Thank you.
Hello, I am Lynn Karp, and I live right across the street from where this development is supposed to take place. But I want to reiterate just slightly what I turned in time that's in the package, that no unique hardship is inherent to this property, that this variance directly impacts the density on this road of everyday use. The request does not represent a minimum relief necessary. The proposed scale and density are not consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. The planning commissioners have already evaluated and determined that it does not meet the required criteria. This is a dead-end road. A dead-end road is a dead-end road. No matter if you have emergency access or not, we live on a dead-end road. There's many practical infrastructure concerns, and growth is good when it makes sense. It does not make sense here. And any support letters, as others have said, from friends, relatives, colleagues, should not outweigh that of the residents on this street. And I know that there's at least 12 of the 18 that are against this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This would be for the the request, and I'm going to call on John Weeb. John, are you in the audience today? Still morning, so good morning, sir. But getting close to noon.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Weeby. I live off of Highway 16, and I'm in support of Russ Johnson's project. I understand your responsibilities to balance private property rights with long-term interests of the county and the surrounding landowners that are here. I believe that this request accomplishes that balance. This is not dense development, commercial expansion, or something incompatible with that area. It is a modest and reasonable use of private property that remains consistent with the rural character of the community. And in fact, every one of Russ's neighbors that already live on Palmer Gulch Road is there because of a previous subdivision of a larger parcel. From the beginning, this proposal has been approached thoughtfully and responsibly. Russ's property has always been exceptionally maintained, and he has worked through the proper county and state processes. Everyone here is already familiar with his quality of work, from his own home to the Victorian and Hill City, to the homes he builds for clients. His attention to detail and reputation for quality should give this commission confidence in the outcome of this project. This proposal also creates meaningful public benefit. Russ has already worked to improve safety in the area by identifying emergency escape routes and securing easements. We also continue to hear concerns throughout the Hill City area about the lack of available and affordable housing. Because so much of the surrounding land is Forest Service property, developable private land is limited, and this proposal is modest in density, roughly 1 dwelling per unit per acre, and creates a minimal impact while helping address an ongoing housing shortage. Too often, subdivision discussions become focused on fears about what might happen one day instead of what the actual project is being proposed. So I'd encourage the Commission to focus on these facts and limited scale of this request and the benefits it brings to both the community and the Pennington County.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
The next speaker request form is opposed, and I'm going to call on Brent Karp.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Brent.
I'm a little confused. I had a write-up that I was going to recite or state, and from what I've heard today, it took me way back, because when we last visited this issue, it was April 7th, and Russ's action item from that meeting was to make the access, the emergency egress, ingress access public. And that has not even been mentioned in this whole thing. Russ brought in paper that everybody else that wanted something in the package had to have it in by Tuesday, I believe it was. So it could be printed so everybody could review it, have time to review it. This whole thing is a walk around. He says he talked to Grimm on the phone, and he said he might agree, I might not. Nothing that Russ Johnson had to do, his action item for 7 weeks, was to get an agreement that it's public, and he didn't do it. So I think, based on not following through with his action item, it should be denied. Also, it's still, even if there is an access, an emergency access, you're putting that many more people and on a dead-end road. It's a dead-end road no matter how you slice it. That's going to be that many more people trying to leave in case there's a fire. Let's say it's up by Tin Lode Court. That means everybody's got to still leave the same direction. It's not, you guys are not following, or not you guys, but it's not being followed, the current ordinance. Also mentioned was that Palmer Gulch exists from other prior subdivisions, but they were adhered to the rural living plan that exists. We're not saying that Russ can't build something. but he should live within the current zoning. And based on safety, this should be denied for the 40 house on a dead-end road.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hadcock.
So everybody knows that Russ can build 11 units, right? Without an easement, without anything else. So that density of 11 instead of 20, that 9 extra people is putting people over the edge because they don't want an easement or they don't want 20 units. I guess I'm really not understanding. One thing I do understand is Russ, I thought, in full disclosure, when we went through the packets and stuff the other day with planning, they had submitted it. That should probably, unfortunately, for us, probably make this continued. But number one is you'll accept, most of you will accept 11 without an easement, but you won't accept 20 with an easement. That's kind of crazy for me to think about and try to fathom in my head, that the density will increase by 11. The easement for your access for health, safety, and welfare is trying to be shut down because he's trying to do something right instead of wrong. Bottom line is, on a HOA, unfortunately, legally, we do not have to accept what an HOA does and those requirements of a HOA. To be respectful, you probably should, but as commissioners, HOAs are not represented legally for us. Today is a hard decision, but unfortunately, because of all this information that Russ put in today, I do like the residents to know all the information and make sure those facts are represented fully in full disclosure. I would ask for, I know we have more people to talk, a continuance because they need to read it, and maybe that also gives time for us to get that easement done. So,
thank you.
Just my thoughts.
Well, we only have 2 more requests, and this would be 4, and I'm going to call on Mark Headley. Mark? Good morning, Mark.
I'm for it for several reasons. Russ has property. Basically what everybody's been saying. He's willing to basically sacrifice his property for extra housing in Hill City. As far as the easement, I've got personal interest in it because my wife's parents live there. So.
Okay, well, appreciate your input on that, Mark.
Yep, no problem.
Last one would be opposed, and Vic, I'm going to call on you. Just announce your name and where you're at.
Is it possible for Brittany to explain the 11 units and the 19 units and that sort of thing? Can she take a minute or 2 to explain that? Because I don't think the bulk of people in here do understand that, like you pointed out a minute ago.
Well, bottom line is that Brittany doesn't have to explain it. If he doesn't do the easement, he does, the process is, and he would go through the process through planning, he would legally be allowed to do 11 units on his property. With the easement, he would be able to, and he wants to do 20 units at this time. And with that easement, it also, for me, was a health safety issue if that easement goes through, because again, and I'll reiterate, I remember before those culverts were in, people could not get across that creek and they were getting other ways and means to get out off of private property. So now you have a way, and it's not going to be gated so people can go 24/7 through that gate. It's going to be gated, and it can't be a locked gate, if I'm correct. It has to be an open gate, and it doesn't mean everybody can go through that easement. That easement, just like I have had easements, people can't use those easements on your property because there's a road there. It's for emergency use only. So for me, if that is a health safety factor, that's huge. 40 unit rules, we are looking at that right now, you guys, and it's huge. We cannot let anybody do any developments, and Russ wants to go through that process, and he wants to do it correct so he can do the building he needs to do correctly and follow that process. Variance is part of that process to get a health safety factor for that community, not only for his residents, but for other people. Unfortunately, I don't know about the trespassing, sir, and some of that stuff, and hopefully with a continuance, if that happens today, we can figure that out. But your bottom line is when you want to build, he can build 11 units. So if you don't like building, and if you don't want what somebody had said, cave, or I call NIMBYs, not in my backyards, it's going to happen. We just have to make sure when it happens as commissioners that it's done correctly and that we take everybody into account, not just certain people. So whether that be the applicant or the community. But for me, he's trying to suffice each by cutting it down from 36 to 20. He's trying to get that easement for you. When somebody works that hard and stays 7 weeks and doesn't give up, you got to give a guy credit for trying to make a difference. That's kind of weird that a HOA doesn't even know about it in that area when most everybody else does. So to me, that's a little bit funky for me to think about. But bottom line is, that's what's happening, Vic. So that PUD is not what we're talking about today, it's that easement.
I agree. I agree 100% that that's what we're here today for. We're only talking about the 40-unit rule.
Right.
We're only talking about the variance for the 40-unit rule. When I talked to Brittany the other day, for a time that Russ can do, he can go right in and get 2 building permits right now. Fill them out right now. 2 building permits. That would do 4 houses of the units. He can get 4 more accessory dwelling units. That's 8.
Right.
And I don't think anybody in the neighborhood would have been opposed to 11 to begin with. But I don't think that the and I'm talking to you, I should be talking to all of the commissioners, I'm sorry.
You are, sir.
But I think that 11 would be a good number. Russell and I talked about that a week or 10 days ago, about 11 units. I told him I'd help him get those 11 units.
Well, if you're a builder.
I mean, I would be tickled to death. I'm not opposed. I'm not sure where that, I guess it was because of the issue that I had to write on that paper that I was one or the other, opposed or for. But we're talking about the dead-end road issue, not the emergency easement. That emergency easement, in my mind, is nothing. The dead-end rule is about density. It's about the day-to-day traffic of 20 more vehicles with 2.3 kids and 3 cars driving in and out on that county road that is going to be maxed out for the number of units in there if this plan goes through. And I suppose maybe someday somebody probably will build a blacktop road. But until that day comes, it's got to come in stages. Your Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended denial of the variance to the 40-unit rule. I'm puzzled as to where I should go. I thought you were patting me on the back a minute ago and said you got a guy that's sticking in there for 7 weeks. Hey, that be me. I got this letter from you guys about something that was going to be going on. And all of a sudden, somebody, if it was any of you guys, or anybody gets a notice and then finds out that notice was that somebody's going to build a 36-unit campground with camping cabins or whatever in your yard or in your neighborhood on a short notice like that, you would be upset. We'd need to know the details. Well, we're finding out the details. The details is that the County Planning Commission denies it and if it was approved, which I don't know really how it could have been or could be, but it has a couple of stipulations. One of them is for emergency egress. Yes, I did live through that 43 days, and I'm on the fire department in Hill City for 47 years, and during that time, I was to a lot of fires. I was to the ladies' fire, whoever was at Neck Yoke Road. Her horses went by, my son and I were there. For me, it's not about the emergency purposes. We're going to go anywhere and do anything we do whenever that happens. But the bigger picture is that it's about density in the neighborhood, it's not about this easement. And I don't know where my 3 minutes went. I'm trying to see. It started. I think Russ had 6 or 8 or 10 at the very beginning.
Okay.
And Russ was a good guy. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Russ and I are friends. We talked about being friends when we were talking about it at the car wash the other day.
Chair, hold on a sec, Vic.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Chair, so the issue is the easement. The easement.
that easement
Vic,
doesn't-
let me speak. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
You're okay, sir. So you wanted to know why. You have to get, in a 40-unit rule, you have to get a variance. If you do not get that variance, if you do not find a second access, you cannot build more units.
Right, there, that's
We have that.
exactly
Hold on.
right.
We always have that.
I agree,
They deny it
100%.
no matter what. They deny it as a planning commission, no matter what, until that condition comes forward on Russ, that he will have an emergency access. You guys won't let him build out there, meaning the residents do not want him to build out there more than 11 without that easement.
Right.
So the planning commission will deny it no matter what, doesn't matter who it is, because it's a rule, it's an
Yep.
ordinance. But we are going through that right now with the 40-unit rule. We will start assessing people, we will start having to do different things for health, welfare, and safety for people, whether it be Russ helping you out, or having all the people in the community that are in that 40-unit rule, start having to put money in for an assessment for a road for a second access. So you can have a guy help you and put it in, or you can have it later, because if you think it's never gonna happen in your 40-unit area, it will. The next person might be Vic, because he's got a huge piece of land, but he needs to do the same thing. It looks like he might have an access to get out. But it happens for everybody. There's a process in which we try to help everybody to try to get what they want with when we bring it to the commission. So we call it variances, because we, as you see from an exception, those people that just got their variance to build on and build a garage, they would never have been able to build it without us. So our process is to try to ease, hopefully, the tension by following the process, but also letting a guy that a lot of people sound like they like in the community do something he wants to do on his property.
Let's just get back
that's the
on track.
bottom line.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Okay. I would like, Vic, I'm on the same page as you. I've got a couple of questions. I would like to have Brittany come up.
Sure. Brittany, would you come up, please?
Thank you, Vic.
Thank you.
You're done down here.
All right. So, Brittany, going back to first explain how this area is currently zoned.
It has rural residential, which is a 3-acre lot minimum, and agriculture, and there is a lot of surrounding zoning that is U.S. Forest Service lands.
All right. And then, without getting a variance, how many, getting back to the conversation, 20, 11, whatever the number is. So, and it's tied to, because this is rural residential, what's the lot size?
3 acres.
3 acres. And Mr. Johnson has how many acres?
He has 20. He has 4 individual lots.
So you're saying right now, he could, under the current zoning, he could do 4 additional?
Correct. So he has 2 houses on
Okay.
the 4. He could do 2 additional. And then with conditional use permits, he could do 4 accessory dwelling units for a total of 8 within his 20 acres.
All right. And those accessory dwelling units are, I believe, are 700 square feet?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to come back. I've got a different thought process on this, and I've heard some acronyms thrown out, and I sat here, and I'm going to come up with one that's called CARE, and I'm going to say these are citizens advocating for responsible expansion. And I've been listening to this for, the last couple of months plus, and again, I don't believe it's ready for prime time, and I don't think it's going to get there. So a point of discussion, the residents that are living out there, and again, bought their properties with our comprehensive plan in place and what the zoning looked like. And so they bought their properties thinking, just as Brittany described, that I'm going to come here, I'm going to live here, and I'm going to build, and this is what the area is, and they're looking at our comprehensive plan and what our zoning is. And so when we come up with these, it's not just a variance in my mind to get an exception to the 40 lot rule. We're looking at changing our comprehensive plan and zoning as to what is currently in this district. And so I'm listening to the residents that are impacted on this, and I'm thinking the same thing in my own community, okay? I did not we had one property owner, or 2 or 3 property owners that wanted to come in into an agricultural area where I live and say, we want to change the land use here, and we want to put in alternative energy projects. We want to put in a wind plant. We want to put in a solar plant. We want to do these things. And we looked at it and said, it doesn't fit our comprehensive plan. It doesn't fit what we have for zoning, even though you could get a variance. And then we're going to talk about this a little bit later today, coming up here shortly, is that we took away that right to get a variance because of our comprehensive plan and our zoning, and saying that putting solar and wind in this, even though a property owner wanted to have that, is not fitting the current land use and what the people out there want in that area. And so I can't support this because I can't go against the people that are living in here that are impacted on it. It's got a lot of problems that come with it, getting back to how the project was originally presented to the commission, how it's been morphed, and the fact that the people that should have had knowledge of this and getting back to, I can support Commissioner Adcock's position that it's surprising that some of the people in the homeowners association and the road district were not aware of this. It's kind of been a hot topic for a few months now. But I don't see anything in my mind that I can support moving forward with this outside of what could be done without getting a variance to the 40 rule, getting an easement that is going to impact. I looked at these pictures on some of this without, but what you brought forward and looking at how that easement's going to impact other property owners going out. And so getting an exception and getting a variance and then going and say that we're going to basically, because again, I believe, Brittany, we'd have to change our comprehensive plan once this was approved to say this is now going to be zoned differently, correct? Okay. And right now I'm not in favor of that. And so I don't know if it's going to be supported, but I'm going to make a motion to deny variance VA 26-006 as it is counter to public safety and interest and no special conditions on the subject property that would support approval.
I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion. And the reason I'm doing the substitute motion, because I want to get more information on that homeowners association to see if there's an issue with doing the easement. So I just think I need to know a little more information on that. And so my substitute motion would be to...
Mr. Chair, point of order. Commissioner Durr did not receive a second. Consequently, there's no motion on the floor. You can make a motion. It doesn't have to be a substitute.
Very good. My motion would be to carry this on to the next meeting.
I'm going to be gone. I'm gone like 3 days a year, and that's one of them. Is your next meeting? I'm going to be gone.
We can do that. I think everybody's got enough time invested in this. I'm good with that. So what would the next meeting be in June, Jordan?
The next meeting in June would be June 3rd.
No, I'm talking after that.
June 16th, sorry.
Okay, my motion would be the continue.
Did you get a second? All right, Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. So it's my legal opinion that due to what's called the mandamus proceeding, essentially, we've continued this matter a couple times. Mr. Johnson does have a right to essentially hear this or get a final determination of this. The continuance, he acquiesced in the continuance last time, but if he does not want that continuance, you are certainly a legal liability for a mandamus proceeding, which would force your hand to essentially opine on this issue immediately. So it would not be my recommendation to continue this unless he's fine with doing that.
Mr. Johnson, you want to come up and let us know what your thoughts are on that?
Commissioner Ross, can I have the chair?
Sit down, please.
I didn't know when I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Weifenbach.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Tyler a question about the easement, because if the easement doesn't work, I mean, if the road district has to sign off on the easement, then that's the reason I would follow with a continuance.
Yeah, Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. That's definitely a question that's in my mind right now. When we have a homeowners association, they are oftentimes encompassed with covenants and other restrictive, let's call them portions of that homeowners association. There certainly are some questions about the grantor's right to grant that easement at all that are definitely floating around in my brain. But
Right.
you know, I think it was, I forgot your last name, Vic. I do think Vic is spot on with this, though, that, you know, this determination is about density rather than the easement. I know there are some questions about easement, but I think it's good to reframe the conversation and I think Commissioner Durr pointed this out as well, that, you know, we really are talking about density. You know, the easement is the mitigating factor. It is not necessarily it's not the main consideration for you folks here today. So I think that's good for the public to know that, and also to reframe the conversation for you moving forward.
And I have no problem with that. And Mr. Johnson had talked about the fact that on the beginning of Palmer Gulch Road, there's 9 1-acre lots, but we're saying that that's not in the comprehensive plan. So what's the deal there? I guess I would ask that to Brittany.
Sure. Those lots were platted quite a while ago, and a significant portion of those are in floodplain and floodway and have not been developed.
They would still be
But
part
they're
of
still
the
there.
comprehensive plan, right? I mean, it doesn't change the fact that there's, 1-acre lots. You can still build in them, right?
Well, they are in the floodplain, and some of them are not accessible unless you build a bridge across.
So I wonder what the rationale was to changing those. I mean, if that changes the comprehensive plan. And I mean, in the comprehensive plan, we're talking about the whole, area in general, basically in that area. 1 3-acre lot's just a difference in zoning, right? Not an actual, go from 1 acre to 3 acres or whatever. What's the differences? How would that affect the comprehensive plan?
Well, I'm looking up to see what those are zoned. They still may be zoned, in the future land use is probably still those higher density because of the floodplain and floodway that are on those lots.
But doesn't the comprehensive plan include more like the density, more like the zoning? I mean, like from different, say industrial to agricultural versus commercial, that type of stuff, or how do you see that?
So with these ones, let's see, where are these zoning for those?
And then I have another point while you're looking that up, Brittany. We're spending $300,000 on a dead-end plan that both of these properties are going to be looked at for each. They both have a dead end. They're both dead-ended to each other, which having that there's already an easement through there, and I guess whoever controls the easement is what I asked for last time. Evidently, that's not been resolved, because if the road district has control of the road and if they can stop people from traveling down the road, then this is all a moot point. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't think that through, because the easement's already there, and I think both sides of the fence have to understand that there's already an easement there, and that road district has been allowing people to use that easement, whether they're acknowledging that or not.
Commissioner Wyfenbaum.
I want to counteract the fact that someone had mentioned earlier that we were putting the cart in front of the horse. This is part of the process. So
I'm going to go ahead, Commissioner, I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Johnson speak.
Thank you.
It is my understanding that a road district is a public use road. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I would like Tyler to come up. So Tyler, I heard this earlier where somebody said, and I don't know exactly what they were speaking to, but, Old Hill City Road, et cetera, that we could gate that off. And in my mind, that's no different than a section line that is public access. But a road district, it's my understanding that road districts, that is a public right-of-way in a road district. Because again, we have issues where a road district is built in and you have a certain amount of homes in that road district participating within those boundaries, and then a developer comes in and puts in a development behind that road district. And then I understand that the residents of the road district get upset and say, well, that developer put it back there, and those homeowners are not part of that road district, though that road is public access.
Yeah.
You guys
Commissioner
something?
Hadcock.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Joe is in knowledge of road districts and probably knows some of the answers we're talking about today. If you could come up, Joe, on easements or road districts. Tyler.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. Road district, as you said, exactly as Jerry said, it's a public road. So once a road district is formed, the road district can't really gate a public road off. It's a public use road. They gather tax dollars just like we do to maintain their roads, from my understanding anyways. Tyler might be able to confirm that, but that is my understanding of the road districts, is once it is put into a road district, it is a public road and they can't limit access. They do have all the powers to put load limits on and stuff like that, such as we do, but they can't limit access from the public.
So if someone puts an easement on their property, that isn't part of the road district unless they bring that easement into the.
So the road district, much like we, have the ability to grant approach permits. So that is where their authority lies with that. So if they already have an approach onto their public road, I don't know that they have there's not anything they can do about it, but if they don't have an approach onto the road that the road district maintains, the road district could not grant that approach. Now, there might be legal recourse for that, but that would be my understanding.
So on the easement, he has to go and get an approach on both sides for an emergency access?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If his easement is a new approach onto the road, onto Tin Lode Court, so say he's coming out into a new place onto Tin Lode, I believe that's the name of the road, right? Down, because it's a little further south.
It is Tin Lode Court, but we're using an existing approach permit.
So if he's already got an approach permit, my understanding is, there's no legal recourse for the road district.
But we do not have a road approach permit for the Palmer Gulch side.
Yeah,
So
that would lie
we'd
with us.
That we'd have to apply.
Yes.
Okay, well, we get a motion without a second. I'm certainly open.
I'll second that motion.
I was the second, Ron, with discussion.
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office, I would still recommend that you ask Mr. Johnson his opinion on the.
Yes, sorry, Mr.
So on the table right now is a motion.
Well, I think
Continuance.
we'd like to maybe continue this, or I'm open for suggestions. There was a motion to deny, and then never got a second.
If I may speak for just a minute.
Yep, go ahead.
So I could do basically two things here. I can do 11 dwelling units. I can reduce by 44%, which is a good amount, and do 20 dwelling units. With the 11 dwelling units, I don't need this easement. I think the people that are here might not realize that the county is actively trying to eliminate dead-end roads. This development, Palmer Gulch Road and Tin Lode Court, there used to be an existing road through there. There is currently already an easement partially almost from the cul-de-sac to the end that the McPhersons use. There's a 20-foot utility easement from there to Palmer Gulch Road. So if the county was looking at easy pickings, man, I tell you what, you could get rid of 2 dead-end roads there within a stone's throw. You don't have to put a tiny little piece of road in. So here's where I'm going with this, and I don't know if the people in the community will listen to this, but I'm going to put it out there. I can minimize the impact and put this emergency egress easement in there. I can just say, screw it, do 11, wait time out, I'm not going anywhere. And the county would probably put a county road through there, public access. I don't want that because I don't want all that road noise on our personal road on Palmer Gulch Road or on 10 Load Court. So these people have to realize that, I might be the least of worst evils here by just trying to do 9 additional lots. I really don't think people understand that. I guess I'm okay with the continuance. I'd like to let that digest to the McPhersons and to other people in that community on 10 Load Court. I'd like to have the opportunity to meet with the people on 10 Load Court, also with the Grimms, who had granted the original easement. And I think that maybe they might realize that I am the worst of 2 evils. So I am for the continuance. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
How long did you want that continuance? Do you need 2
Could we
weeks?
go
Do you
to
need
the
a month?
second meeting, or the second meeting in June? Vic won't be here on the 3rd, neither will I.
If I can, I'd like to address, was it John Van Bogart and Mr. Jorgensen? I believe they're both on that road district, and ask them, when they would like to meet.
Sure.
And I'll be gone the second meeting in June, so if we're taking.
Chair, Commissioner Roskinek.
Commissioner Weifenbach.
I just want to remind everybody so that we don't leave here with a thought that doesn't make sense, but that there is already an easement in existence. It's already there. There's an access easement that has allowed specific people leaving from, and Mr. Johnson can probably set me straight on which group can use that exit in the manner of an emergency. And what he's asking for is for his development to be allowed to use that as an exit also, and he's willing to improve that exit, which happens in an easement all the time. You can't, if somebody has an easement, you can't stop them from improving it. And the fact of the matter is, my understanding is that easement is on Mr. Grimm's property, so he controls that access easement. And now understanding that just because you have a road district doesn't mean you can say who drives on it and who doesn't drive on it. So those are a couple things we need to make sure we understand when we come back, whatever happens here. So,
well, this is where we're at right now. There's 2 choices.
So what were
one
the
would be the
dates?
continue, and one would be the vote to approve. Okay.
I've already requested continuance.
Okay, we just have to pick a time.
Mr. Jorgensen, correct? Said he's available on June 16th. I don't know what happened to Mr. Van Bogart. Mr. Van Bogart, you available on the 16th? I can be available.
Okay, Commissioner Hadcock will not be here on the 16th, and you need 4 out of 5 votes.
Okay. So what was our next date?
Jordan, please.
Goodness.
Why then?
Yeah, I'll be retired. by the time
We're
we get
trying to
this.
get through this.
All right.
I know you're trying to find a time, but let me explain something to people that don't really understand. The comprehensive plan is a guide. It's not set in stone. Since the beginning of time, I've been on, which is a long time, I've been on the Planning Commission first. I think you heard that today. I actually was on a Planning Commission comprehensive plan to plan for the city for a year. So that's a guide. And since I've been in politics, which is a long time, that guide has hardly ever been followed. So, and it's because it's a suggestion, because you already know from ag being changed or anything being changed, you're not going to do development on a lot of lots in Rapid City. You're not going to do a lot of development and not have to change the comprehensive plan. You cannot do mostly the things you want to do without using that guide to a certain extent, and then see what the city's doing and what the county is in order to make things come together. So when you use the guide, I get it, but be careful, because when you need that guide to go your way as well, you're going to need to change the comprehensive plan. You're going to have to change the zoning. Those are 2 things you have to do when you want to do any development or anything with your property. No, there's a process, and I'll keep saying that. There's easements, there's ordinances, there's variances, there's all kinds of stuff in this plan that try to help citizens. We don't do it for the commission. Try to help citizens get their stuff through in a way that they can still do what they want on their property. Sometimes it doesn't always make the neighbors happy, but we're just trying to appease both sides to do something positive, hopefully, in your community, not to make you all mad.
Let's try to find a date that works.
June 2nd work?
What's that?
June 2nd being availability?
No, that's voting day.
Oh.
The third I'm gone. The 16th, Commissioner Hadcock's gone. It would be the meeting after the 16th of June.
So July 7th and July 21st are the...
I'm good for either date.
I'm not good on July 2nd. Sorry, guys.
July 7th.
I'd be willing to step up and do just a special meeting if that had to take place, because coming into summer, everybody's going, and this is the only time, development can happen in the summertime a lot easier, and I don't want to keep putting this guy off but on the same time that we did request that there be an easement put together for today's meeting, and I think that was the only thing that was really stopping it, but that didn't happen, but I am still willing to have a special meeting if that has to happen, so.
Commissioner Weifenbach, would you, I think not the 2nd, the 7th, would he be around the 7th of
July?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we continue to the July 7th meeting?
7th would be fine with me.
That'll be my motion.
Just make sure that we come to a conclusion. I mean, and I appreciate what Commissioner Durr said about the comprehensive plan. We have to keep that in mind, but I also appreciate what Commissioner Hadcock said too, because we have to evolve. But as long as we're not getting carried away with changing, some of this rural residential into, 0.19 acre lots and stuff like that. I think that would happen once before, and that really makes it hard. But I think we're looking down the right avenue here, because, and also brought up, we are spending $300,000 on a dead end road survey to find out how to resolve some of these dead end roads. And this is, I think, not that I would concur, but it would be a low hanging fruit item to put this road through and allow egress from either direction. The people that are below in the other tin load court can get out, and the people that are above in Palmer Gulch can get out. And if that, it's already being used as that anyway. So, I think they got to keep that in mind. That's already being used as an exit. So everybody needs to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Weifenbach, if I could ask one more question?
Sure.
So Commissioner Weifenbach, the owner, Jeff Grimm, of the property where the easement is already recorded, surveyed, and listed to continue emergency egress out, he is fully vested in helping support some housing. He also says that he would wish to not sign that addendum, which I had created and had gone through Tyler, the state's attorney, with, until the commissioners voted that it was approved with the addendum, at which time he would record it. So is there...
No, that's correct. And I think that Commissioner Hadcock pointed that out, and the fact that we could, if we get to the point where we can all agree and then we can get our state's attorney to, confer that having the HOA and the road district, if they can't block the roads, I'm good with it. And I think that in the past, we've done it with a stipulation that says it has to be in place. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think Commissioner Hadcock can expand upon that if she wants, but I think she made it pretty clear that if it was all a go and that was just a stipulation, we do stipulations all the time.
Commissioner Weifenbach, if I could just chime in real quick. Where it appears we've landed at so far is it seems that the road closure issue has been answered. The question of the homeowners association's covenants and declarations has not been answered, and frankly, it's the policy of my office to not opine on private legal matters, so I'm not sure I'll be able to even give you that answer.
Right. Well, I don't think the
HOA is going to have to assert that themselves if that's their position.
Right, exactly.
The road is, but by way of actually
if you're comfortable with the road district being, understanding it has to be public access, and if Mr. Grimm signs it, I'm good with it. So
right, but I think there's a difference between the road district approving that approach permit, and also whether that granting of the easement is compliant with the HOA's declarations and covenants. Those are two different questions for me.
Right, well,
The road
there's
district,
already an
the
easement
road district
there.
we can answer. I'm not sure we can answer the HOA
Well,
ones.
let's do this. We got a motion to continue to July 7th. We got a second.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drews.
So the other option that I see is actually approving the variance. There's a number of other steps that Mr. Johnson would have to go through, even if the variance is approved. And I think we have all those issues laid out and on the table at this point in time. So it would be of my opinion that instead of delaying this until into July on just the variance, that we approve the variance and move forward with the next steps.
My suggestion, if we go that route, that we talk to planning and zoning, so you approve the variance with conditions. There'd have to be some conditions attached for that to work. But I'm good with that route too. I'd like to see what Brittany has to say on that.
Chair, can I say one thing?
Commissioner Hadcock.
So one of the property owners said that easement goes through their property and it could be trespassing. So I want to make sure that it is not on their easement is not on their property. Are you positive, Russ, that easement is not touching and trespassing upon somebody else's property?
That is correct. I actually hired PK Land Surveying to do this Exhibit A. Exhibit A does not encroach on their property to the best of my knowledge, and if it does, I guess we would adjust it, but I don't see that it does. And we have no ambition to go on Mr. McPherson's property. We wish to keep it all on the Grimm's property. And at this time, this idea of Commissioner Gary Drews of possibly voting on this seems like a good idea, and I'll say why it's a good idea. It's a good idea because by voting on it, if it passes, I can get Mr. Grimm to sign the addendum. I can't do crap until I have the addendum through the county anyways, because the county won't issue any permits or even allow me to apply for the PUD.
So Chair, just one thing, Russ. The main issue is that if we do that today, we can approve it, Mr. Drews. And then there's a condition for him to be able to, number one, he needs the easement and he needs the easement signed. If there's trespassing or anything else on that easement, he will not get a building permit until it suffices. Make sense? So that's your bottom line. That easement has to be legal and conforming.
Brittany, do you want to chime in on that? So we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I do believe there's an alternate motion in your packet that has the two conditions listed, and one of them is that the road has to be constructed as part of that.
And that is why I would wish to, if I could continue forward, it makes sense.
Okay, so we have an alternate motion, but I think the motion on the floor now with a motion and a second is to continue.
No.
So we need a substitute on that.
I would make that as a substitute motion that we approve the variance with the conditions.
Okay, so I got a motion.
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
So what happens is if we hold this variance until July, nothing else can happen relative to this. It can neither be approved or denied at this point in time. Because there's a lot of other things that would have to work out for Mr. Johnson to move forward. One of those being, as he just mentioned, the signature of Mr. Grimm on the easement or on the addendum to make that work. And so that's why I would support the variance, because it doesn't give him carte blanche to go in there and start the development at this point in time anyway.
Okay, very good. So we got a motion and a second for discussion.
We're on.
Commissioner Weifenbach, any comments from you?
No, I think our attorney pointed out the fact that if there's any issues with HOA or that they can address that with their attorney, that somebody there had somebody representing them anyway. So I'm good with going forward with this. So I'm ready for a roll call vote.
I guess my 2 cents worth is that I see another possible means of emergency egress is how I look at it. So let's do a roll call, please. We got a
Mr.
motion.
Chair? Yeah, if I may, can I read the 2 conditions into the record just for the public?
Sure.
So the first condition is that prior to issuance of the first building permit, a fire mitigation plan for the proposed plan unit development be provided and implemented in accordance with the fire administrator's recommendations. And number 2, that prior to issuance of the first building permit, the emergency access road be constructed and passable.
Okay. Tyler?
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. I guess this is where I'm getting a little hung up, frankly. So if we're approving this variant, I'll use we, I suppose. If we are approving this variance at this point in time, and we have a recorded easement on the books already, and there's an addendum that's purported to be recorded as well, but then down the road, there's litigation that ensues between the HOA and the grantor of the easement, and that easement is effectively revoked by order of law, then there could be an approval of a 40 units rule variance with a private easement that has been revoked. So I just want that in your brain as you contemplate this vote.
So could we add that as a 3rd condition?
I don't think
I don't think so.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So what he's saying, I mean, again, no, because he's talking about the legal consequence of the decision without having all the facts on the table. And so he, in essence, is saying the board could approve this, and then later that easement gets challenged, and you've just approved a development on a dead-end road.
And think of it this way, I forget the language in that Brittany had just read, but essentially, that road, there'd be no permitting until that road is constructed. There's a world where that road is constructed and then essentially has to be removed. Does that make sense?
I do have one question.
Somebody that owns this guy owns the easement, and it's his road on his property, and you're gonna tell him that he's gonna have to remove his road because you don't want a second access on it?
Well, a judge could say that, this easement was granted in violation of the HOA's declarations and covenants, and therefore it never should have been granted, and the permit essentially should have been revoked.
But you're telling me on somebody else's land that a judge can tell him you can't do an easement with a road on it?
If you're subject to the declarations and covenants, certainly.
Are there declarations and covenants like that in this road district?
Not that I've seen.
Well, in the HOA.
So, I've read through the HOA policy lengthily. I have not seen anything like that in there.
Bottom line is anything can get litigated, and they still can litigate it with or without our approval.
Yep, and
I would have one question.
I agree, Tyler.
The last meeting, Brittany had said that there are several of these dead-end road districts that have 80-plus units in them. I'm only asking for merely 9. As Commissioner Weifenbach also stated, and Brittany, of those 11 units that are allowable, of those 11 one-acre lots that are currently zoned down by the sawmill, very few of those likely ever be built on. So theoretically, I think it was Commissioner Durr at the last meeting had mentioned that, we could easily vote on this variance without this easement at all. I could have came in here and just asked for, the 9 lots without the easement.
Chair, so I want to ask Russ one question if I could.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So Russ, this could be in a lawsuit, but you can continue it till July 7th if you'd like to work with the HOA and see if they would agree with that easement. That would be your alternative, is to hopefully convince them that this is a great idea and that HOA agrees, and we're moving forward no matter what with their approval. That's up to you.
Hey, Chair.
Commissioner Weifenbach.
You guys keep getting sidetracked here. There's already an easement there. Why does he need a road? If there's already a access easement or exit easement already there, people are already using it.
There is a
Wait.
recorded there. It just hasn't been improved.
Okay, so I mean, you can't stop somebody from improving an easement. So, even if the easement's there, why are we making them build a road? I mean, if there's already a easement there to allow people to exit.
Okay,
I mean, it'd be nice to have an improved road there for everybody, but if somebody doesn't agree with that, I guess, I don't know how they would fight that, but I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not gonna contest that I am, but there are already an easement being used. So the fact, I don't think anybody can overturn an easement that's already being used. I mean, maybe Tyler can weigh in on that one. I mean, maybe the hangup is that we're requiring the road to be.
Okay, I'm gonna call the question, guys. We've had a lot of discussion.
Okay, well, the question's been called, and I'm going to ask for a roll call. And let's repeat the motion one more time, Jordan, so everybody's...
Yep, the substitute
And
motion on
with
the floor.
conditions.
Yes, is move to approve variance COVA 26-0006 with 2 conditions, as the Board of Adjustment finds that literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance creates an unnecessary hardship and restricts reasonable use of the property due to the exceptional siting.
Okay, roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Aye. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Nay.
Gary Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. I'm going to call for a motion to come out of Board of Adjustment on a 10-minute recess.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Carried.
You gonna take a vote on that? Yeah. We have a motion and a second, but...
Okay, everybody in favor?
Need a roll call vote.
We need a roll call vote. Commissioner Hadcock, could you please return to the dais? You have to vote on it.
It just...
Okay.
A vote for the recess.
Okay.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye. And that was a vote to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Now you can take
Okay,
a
now
recess.
Okay.
So back to coffee?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order, please.
He's got great.
Cody, are you going to take item C?
Yes. Cheeseburger fries.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cody.
Okay. Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 11C is Comprehensive Plan Amendment, COCA 26-0004. It's to change the future land use from Ranchette District to Commercial District. The applicant and landowner is Raymond Hupp. Location of the property is 13535 South Highway 16. This was continued at the Planning Commission meeting. So staff is going to recommend to continue Comprehensive Plan Amendment, COCA 26-0004 to the June 3rd, 2026 Board of Commission.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Hadcock, second by Durr to continue to the next July 3rd, is it?
June 3rd.
Excuse me, June 3rd. Roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach. Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item number D.
Item 11D is rezone CORZ 26-0002. It's to rezone from Agriculture District to Commercial District. Again, the applicant and landowner is Raymond Hupp, and the location of the property is 13535 South Highway 16. Since the comprehensive plan amendment was continued, staff is going to recommend to continue rezone CORZ 26-0002 to the June 3rd, 2026 Board of Commissioner
So
meeting.
moved.
Second.
Motion to continue by Hadcock, second by Durr. Now, go ahead and do roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Item E. Brittany?
Right, item E is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 25-16 for Pennington County to amend Section 317 Alternative Energy. And this was continued from the April 7th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting to have time to accept public comment regarding setbacks. That is in your packet. There's a chart. And to add battery energy storage to the ordinance.
Questions from the commission?
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
my biggest question is the battery storage that we put in the ordinance right now for one of the issues. Brittany, if you talk a little bit on that. For me, I think the battery storage is problematic because of the health, welfare, and safety of the issues. Plus, you need engineers' reports. You need someone on staff that actually knows about battery storage in the planning. And we don't have the capabilities to be able to do that. So a lot of different places, they prohibit battery storage for that reason, because you have to have trained fire departments, you have to have planning departments that know how to read the battery storage engineer reports, the capacity and everything else about battery storage. Bottom line is, if it was my decision, I'm one of 5, I would prohibit battery storage, and maybe Brittany can, that's not her job description, but maybe she can expound on why I'm thinking the way I am on some of this because of the planning department and their capabilities of this battery storage, please.
Sure.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, to answer Commissioner Hadcock, we had talked about it amongst staff, and because of the complexity of these types of systems and the type of engineering data that they provide, that we would almost have to hire an outside consultant to do a review of these to make that recommendation to the commission, which would add a significant cost to these applications and these projects.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
The question
Bruce.
of Brittany. So outside consultation can't be hired to do that?
They can, and it would be a significant cost to this that would probably, it would have to be put on the applicant, because our office doesn't have the wherewithal or the budget to do so. But in order for this to be effective, or actually, get the information that we would need, that would be our recommendation, that an outside.
But we already put other costs onto the applicants when they
Correct.
make applications. So this wouldn't be out of the norm of putting that on the applicant either.
Right, but this would be significant. It would almost be, even from a fire perspective, if you look at Jerome's comments, the responses and the requirements on them would be significant as well. But I'll let him speak to that, but he did make comments on those as well.
Here, just one
Commissioner
other thing on
Hadcock.
it. So, and that was another issue, is you have to have trained fire departments or that area, and who's gonna pay for that because of the chain reaction from the batteries overheating, there's fire suppression systems, some different things, lithium fire explosions, you have thermal runaway. There's some major issues that you have to have trained fire department, and who's paying for that? And are they willing to pay for those volunteer fire departments in that area to be trained on it? There's just a major issue with all the different things that coverage for health, safety, and welfare, to be able to do a battery storage on site. I know my husband said he worked in the oil field, and they had to keep those batteries locked up, and it was like a secure system area, and they were worried about vandalism and some other stuff. So they have to have security systems and some major stuff that's going to make sure that these battery storages are not going to be either vandalized, or what happens when they do have issues. They do have cooling issues, they have noise issues, decibel levels for noise. For me, all of that, and the cost might be a prohibitive cost for the people in order to be able to do it. So are they willing, and do we truly believe that we want something that's reactive in an area of ag where we don't have the capabilities in the county to take care of the issues of battery storage? Thank you.
I do have a speaker request for him, and I'm going to call on Eileen Peterson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Eileen Peterson. I noticed that the ordinance still does not have any definition in it for infrasound. I think it's critical that we get that in there in relationship to the wind turbine issues, because I think that's going to, now that they are going to be put in industrial zones, they're going to be much closer to the more populated parts of the county, and they're going to be not just one or two people that are being impacted, but a lot of people are going to be impacted. And
Miss Eileen, not to interrupt you, ma'am, bring that speaker next to your mouth a little closer, so that way we can hear you, honey. Thank you.
So that would be my first point. Now, I've got quite a few changes I would suggest to setbacks, not only for the solar, but for the wind turbines, and a lot of stuff for the battery storage if we're going to continue to go down the road of allowing them. There again, it's a matter of setbacks being inadequate in more populated areas where there's potential for being close to schools and businesses. And if there's a fire, if there are toxic fumes coming out of there with the winds we have, they can go a long distance in a big hurry. And we've got to be sure we get them set back properly. And in our 3-minute time, I'm not going to be able to discuss any of the other setbacks, but I did make a handout for each one of you showing what I would like to see. And I also noted where it shows up in the ordinance, if it shows up in the ordinance.
You want to pass those out?
Okay. I don't know where you plan to be by the end of this discussion, if you're going to try to approve this ordinance as it is, or what you're going to do. But I just wanted to let you know that there are still a lot of concerns about setbacks.
Well, we'll let you speak, and I have another speaker request form, and one of the motions can be to continue this and get some of this stuff worked out, but you still have some time left, Eileen, so go ahead and proceed.
I'd like to see the solar setbacks from property lines be more than 50 feet. And again, this is an issue of noise and privacy and protection from fumes from fires. And based on recent evidence, we know fires can happen in these solar facilities, because what happened quite recently, a fire. The buffer, I'd like to see a larger buffer between the fence and the solar panels, at least 500 feet, so that fire equipment has better access to get in there and do what they need to do. From existing dwellings, I'd like to see at least a mile from the occupied dwellings between solar panels and the substations. There's a lot of noise issues. And again, we're moving this closer to the population centers, and they really like to squeal here in town. So
okay.
If you address them before it becomes an issue, it'll save us some heartache, maybe.
Well, thank you for coming up today and speaking, and I will move on to, I do have another speaker request form from John Henderson. I saw you somewhere, John. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, yes. It's all yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, I guess. Commissioners, my name is John Henderson. I live at 24048 South Highway 385. I represent a family partnership that owns property southeast of New Underwood. Now, I guess the only thing that Eileen just talked about, the larger setbacks I think would be important. And the battery storage she touched on, and that would be crucial and very important. And then the rezoning from ag to industrial. And, we've been down this road for however long this has been going on, a long time. You have too. So I guess my comment would be, I think that the more restrictions of any kind that you can put on this dragon that has been unleashed with this alternative energy, which most everybody knows is a farce anyway. But there are, you know, I'll just leave you with this. Who are we? Who are we in this area? In the New Underwood area, in the eastern Pennington County, and even in the Central Hills, which is where I live. But who are we? Who do we want to be? And I guess that ship has already sailed. But I believe that the more restrictions of any kind to protect the best we can now of the private property owners who are your constituents and property taxpayers locally rather than some company from Florida. So, to sum it up, the more restrictions that you put on any of this, I think would benefit the county in the future and certainly the residents.
Thank you, John. I'm just going to chime in just a little bit. So when you say restrictions, it's my understanding that now to do a solar or wind farm, that it's got to be zone heavy industrial.
Okay, I understand. I understand
So-
that. And I believe that ship has sailed, right?
Correct.
Yes,
And
okay.
the public spoke, and that's the way it is. And
I understand.
I don't know what the chance would be for somebody to go out there in the area that you're talking about and apply for a rezone heavy commercial. So there, to me, that's a very significant safety mechanism. But there is that possibility that these folks could go to the state, to the PUC, and apply for a permit, and then any ordinance that we have, it's my understanding, would be mute because the state would be in control of that. But that's, I do think just the fact that it's got to be in heavy industrial is going to put some significant limits on any future wind or solar. That's just my
Understood.
thoughts.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah,
And I'm
thank
all about, with Commissioner Hadcock, I'm all about safety.
Yeah.
Certainly am, so.
Yeah, battery storage and, you know, the setbacks for the property, adjacent property owners, those kinds of things.
Right.
Okay, I think we've already covered all of this
Well,
many
thank you
times
for coming
over.
today.
Many times over.
Always nice to see your smiling face.
I'm sure you think that when you see me. All right, thank you, commissioners. I appreciate
See you,
your
John.
service to the county.
Okay,
All right, is that it for speaker requests?
that's it.
All right, Mr. Chair, a couple comments. One, I do not believe the PUC can override our local control because we have zoning. And so, and Brittany, could you come back? Have you seen Ms. Peterson's comments?
Yes.
I believe she emailed those, correct?
Yes, and I have them in a table. There's the 3 tables at the end of the staff report. And it has hers, it says the public recommendations, and then it has our recommendations as
Okay,
well.
and then you're saying that the battery storage, that we were asked to consider battery storage, and so that's why it was added into the ordinance, and now you're saying we should not have battery storage in the ordinance?
We can, if we are of the understanding that it's going to take a consulting firm to review anything that's submitted, as well as, you know, consultation with Jerome to make sure that his group has the ability to
All right.
mitigate in the instance there is a fire.
So if we remove battery storage, what is the opportunity for somebody to come in and, would the language in there have to be, we don't allow battery storage?
We would explicitly, I believe, and I defer to Tyler as well, but I think we would have to explicitly prohibit it. Because if we do not, then because it's not a use that's granted in our ordinance and it's not expressively prohibited, it would end up being a conditional use.
All right. I'm going to take a run at a motion, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
So, yeah, we've been going down this road for, a couple of years about this, and then we had our Alternative Energy Committee last year that brought some recommendations forward. We've tweaked this off and on for the last few months. I'm going to make a motion to approve this ordinance with the following amendments, that we adopt the setbacks as said by, in the document that's on the agenda by Eileen Peterson, and that we put a clause in here that no battery storage is allowed.
Second for discussion.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So, did I understand your motion to adopt all of the proposed changes by Mrs. Peterson?
That would be correct.
Have we even heard what all these changes are?
They're in the board packet. I did read them. I just didn't know. Brittany, you put a table together, because I think we talked about this the other day, but in the packet, you'd put a table together, if you'd pulled it up, Jordan.
Maybe. It's 263 pages here.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
While they're doing that, I think the infrasound should be under definitions because it's a low frequency noise, so people knew that the decibel level on certain projects, including wind or solar, is important. So I think that's one of the changes, if it is, Jerry. And that the escrow and the trust should be something that put in there instead of a bond to be able to take care of not only the landowner, but the community or the county that might have to do the cleanup afterwards. So some of those changes, the distributed, I think we changed, and that is basically residential, and I was in agreement with the changes. We had people from the community change those that actually do some of the residential wind and solar stuff. So, yeah. I think she did a good job going through some of this. In full disclosure, I had met with Eileen on some of this to see where she was going, and believed from looking it up and doing my research as well, that a lot of this that you're looking at is, if you look, it's got FAA, it's got reasons that are reasonable for health, safety, and welfare. So that's why I'm in agreement with Eileen's proposals.
Okay, so at this point in time, we have a motion by Commissioner Durr, and do we have a second?
I was a second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ron, do you have any thoughts on this?
None, thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the vote. So roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinick.
Nay.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Nay.
Motion carried. On to item F.
Chair, can I say one thing?
Commissioner Hadcock.
You guys were talking about county usually bans something outright. If a state authorizes and regulates it, it's statewide, but counties can make projects harder through setbacks and zoning, impose reasonable health and safety regulations, influence whether projects are economically feasible. That is why setback ordinances become major political battles. What has happened in practice, some counties adopt strict setbacks. Some are faced with challenges. Basically, the PUC balances private rights, county control, statewide energy development, and public welfare. So if they wanted to, they can change it, but a lot of times, because of setbacks, Jerry's right, zoning ordinances, conditional use permits, floodplain, and all of the things that we have discussed in this ordinance, let alone put in that chart, I see that we would have a reasonable fight with the PUC, looking at an ordinance that actually wants to make a difference in their county. So thank you.
Okay, I guess my only two bits would be, in my opinion, from the very beginning, this was too restrictive, but that's just my opinion. So now we're going to move on to item number F, which is Sunset Ranch Plan Unit Development 08-10. And I'll call on Brittany.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
I do
Again,
have 4 speaker requests for him. Go ahead.
The Sunset Ranch Plan Unit Development 08-10, it has to do with special animal keeping. In this plan unit development, they have a common area, and it was brought to the attention of the planning office that the developer was going to allow a nearby rancher to put cattle into this common area. So staff reviewed the PUD and our special animal keeping ordinances and made the determination that this would be allowed for a couple of reasons. There is significant grassland and unmanaged vegetation that proposes a wildfire risk, and given the ongoing concerns related to drought conditions, fuel loading, and rapidly spreading grass fires, temporary grazing can serve as an effective and low impact method to reducing the vegetation. And then currently, with a lack of grazing resources in the region due to the drought. This will help with the ag community with the temporary grazing. So at this time, staff does not feel that this is not in accordance with the PUD or our special animal keeping requirements.
And who's the owner?
Ryan Caskey, and he is actually here, and I believe
I've got a speaker request. So Ryan, do you want to come up and speak on this matter, please?
Aerial up, Jordan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ryan Caskey with JKRK Properties.
Go ahead.
If there's any questions I can answer, I'd sure like to answer those questions. I did bump into Mason and his father and grandfather driving around out there on the roads. We had talked a little bit about pasture conditions and water and where we could graze, and I said I could maybe help out. I couldn't make it rain, but we could sure provide some pasture. In the interim, I guess we had looked at it being a win-win potentially for everyone with the grazing, keeping the weeds down, keeping the grass down, fire mitigation. And Mason did agree to put up some fencing to fill in some of the gaps. The property is, I would say a majority of it is fenced. There is ag on the north side, there's ag on the east side, there's ag on the west side. There are 2 homes on the south side that are approximately 100 feet from the property line. So those are the 2 homes that are closest to the common grounds that would be grazed. Mason has said he'd like to run about 20 yearling heifers on the property, so it'll be kind of a minimal grazing, overall minimal grazing. And I think me as the developer with a large investment out here in this property, I would like to see some cows grazing, some fat and sassy cows grazing on the way in. I think it would be good for the neighborhood, and I think it would be good for all concerned. I think there are some parties here that maybe have some questions. I'd like to answer those questions. They haven't reached out to me directly, but I'd like the opportunity to answer any questions they would have. And we can do that now or some other time.
No,
Or
go ahead.
You have questions.
I'll just go ahead and ask any of the commissioners if they have questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I got some calls on this from some of the property owners out there concerned about this would be in non-compliance with the PUD. I did visit with Dwayne and Brittany, our planning director, and looked at it, and I read the PUD myself, and I sent an email to those individuals that had contacted me by email and said I did not believe it was a violation of the PUD. Additionally, so these aerial shots, I took Cody Wiseman out there, and we popped the drone up to go ahead and get these aerial shots so that you guys could get an idea as to what the property in the area looked like. And Brittany is correct. I mean, this entire development, Sunset Ranch, is surrounded by ag, and there is a question coming up about from the landowners, some of them out there, that this fencing of this property would restrict their ability to use that piece of property. And I did talk to the individual to Ryan and the individual that's going to run some heifers out there. And, they were going to fence it off, gate it, so that if individuals still wanted to go out and try to access that property, it wouldn't be landlocked. And then the individuals that live out there don't feel like they want to go out and utilize the property as described under the PUD if there are cattle in a bowl out there, because there would be a bowl out with the heifers. But so anyway, that's the issue. I don't see it as a violation of the PUD. I believe the property owners out there still get utilization, and we're talking about kind of a short-term grazing opportunity. And so the number that Brittany gave me or came from somebody would be, and again, how much acreage is this, Brittany? Ryan, do you know how much it is?
Approximately 40.
40 acres, 20 heifers, couple months.
Yeah, and we don't see any issue with it with our new animal keeping regulations that went into effect, or that will go into effect, or I believe they're already in effect, sorry. We don't have a limitation on the number. It's just based on basic agricultural practices. And we just see this as the benefit outweighs the concerns in this instance, so.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So your bottom line is we're here about the PUD, or we're here about to recommend the motion for temporary cattle? Because it looks like if you're on 40 acres, do you have to have a motion or a recommendation to allow it when it should be, it's ag?
Right. The issue is it's with that this land resides within the PUD, and then there are issues, in the PUD document, it talks about what the land use in the common areas could be utilized for. And so when multiple neighbors, multiple people living in that community have an issue with this, and so instead of having 10 people come up with a 3-minute public comment, we just decided to put it on the agenda so they could have a voice and you could understand what the issue is.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't believe that it requires a motion from the board. I know there's a recommended motion here, but if it's not in violation of a PUD as a planning, I don't believe that there is a motion required by the board.
That's my question. So Brittany, is there still a motion that's needed if it's in 40 acres and is PUD and what Jerry just described?
Not necessarily. I think the only motion that may be appropriate is that you don't see this as a violation and that you're not going to take any enforcement action.
Okay, that'd be my motion.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and,
I'll second that.
okay, I'm just going to go ahead and honor these speaker request forms. And Ryan, my only question would be, if we weren't in this drought cycle, you wouldn't even be here, would you?
I don't believe so, no. And like I said, I didn't mention this. This is pasture that I'm donating, so this isn't me as the developer taking advantage of a young rancher starting out. And
sure,
we're just trying to help out, and that was the intention. And it seems like it's backfired on us a little bit. We've been here, and I wish I could have had some discussions with the neighbors, but we haven't had those. And the other thing is there is no HOA fees that we're assessing out there. So the property taxes I'm paying, the weed management I'm paying. We have had some friendly letters from Scott Guffey that we've taken care of. We did inherit a weed patch from the previous owner's acres, and we do have it mostly under control, but those have been costs that we've bared throughout the years. So it's not that even that we're trying to recapture costs, we're just trying to be responsible land managers at this point and do something with that to keep that grass down.
Okay, well, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and call on some of these speaker requests, and I'll begin with Leslie. Are you out there? Nowak? Good afternoon, Leslie.
And while she comes forward, the comment that I'd made to Brittany and, Ryan and a couple of individuals was, it's not anything on Brittany, but just when you're out there and you have an open acreage and somebody starts putting up a fence adjacent to your property, it might be a good idea to let them know why you're instructing and putting up a fence instead of somebody putting up the fence, get questioned by the property owners and circulated through the community. And so communication's always a key thing.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Leslie. Just
My name
introduce
is-
yourself. Yep.
My name is Leslie Nowak, and I want to first thank you for hearing the concerns of the homeowners. I live in the Sunset Ranch Plan Unit Development area, and my main concern is the prime common area. There's one area that all the residents use. It's flat. That's why we use it. So that's going to be fenced off for cattle grazing, and then there's going to be common access through gates on both sides. But now our recreation will be in an active pasture. And is that really safe, especially now that I've learned that there's a bull that's going to be in there too? So I used to walk my dog in this area off leash. I wouldn't even walk my dog on a leash with cattle around. And is it safe if somebody wants to bring their children into this recreation area? I've seen people ride their ATVs. Is it safe to do that around cattle? So I feel like now the area is just, instead of being used for our recreation, can only be used for activities that can be done without disturbing cattle. And I question why an amendment wasn't required on this amendment to the PUD, because in section 216 of the Pennington County zoning ordinance, IB, which is on page 53, it states amendments may include but are not limited to a change in the principal use of the land within the PUD, which it seems to me this is a change in the use of land. And also in 216 I2, C, and D, it says, an approved PUD may be amended if the petitioner demonstrates that the proposed modification does not contain proposed uses that distract from the other uses that approved in the PUD and does not contain an open space plan that differs substantially in quantity or quality from that originally approved. To me, it seems like this is a differing use and that it does distract from the quality. So I don't know why an amendment is not required. And I don't feel like a common gate is a good, is safe for the community, because anyone could leave that gate open and the cattle can get out. And then there's a safety concern with children playing in their yard. So I say I'm running out of time.
Right.
Basically, I would say that we're not asking that all the common area be not fenced off. We're asking for that area that we use, and then the common area that we don't use, why can't that be used for cattle grazing? Why can't we share the land? And we were never notified. I think that we could come up with a solution, the homeowners, the owner, and the rancher, if we just had notification and we could sit down and discuss it.
Some of your questions, maybe Brittany, would you be, the questions that Leslie had, I don't know that I've got the answer, but maybe you can answer some of her questions. And is this more of a civil matter or something that we should be looking at?
Sure. And also as part of the PUD, it does make reference to the animal keeping regulations. And part of that common area was to allow overgrazing for horses, because it does say that in that common area for people that have horses out there. In addition to everything surrounding that, our egg properties, this subdivision was created as basically a large lot ranchette type of where they would have cattle or other types of uses, horses.
So, Chair?
In the subdivision. So we don't see it outside of what the intent was for the subdivision.
Okay.
I have a question. Who
Mr.
owns the
Hancock.
common areas or the area that we're talking about? Where the cows are grazing?
The developer, Mr. Caskey, owns the common areas.
Okay, so we can't really tell somebody that owns the land that, don't put your cows on there and don't do this and don't do that. I mean, if he owns the land, he gets to do what he wants with the land, and if it's in the PUD, unfortunately, that's not our jurisdiction. Does that make sense?
He sells lots based on that being available for recreation. And that land, my understanding is it does go back to the HOA once it's formed. He owns it now, but when 90% of the lots are sold, it converts over to HOA ownership.
And then maybe he might be able to, at that time too, he might be changing that land use, or the cows might not be there anymore at that time as well, because he's gonna have to know, and sounds like he probably does know, if he's gonna form a HOA, that they probably ain't gonna let it. And don't be offended, but if I was the land guy and I wanted people to end up doing a HOA, and then they're gonna make me move my cows, I probably am not gonna be for the HOA. So,
Well, all of this was done without, I think it does come back to communication. It was
Yes,
done
ma'am.
without any notification of the homeowners.
well, I'm not against you, ma'am, I'm just saying the common sense of it sometimes, and that doesn't mean you don't have any. It's just, you never think of all that stuff when you're buying, you learn today, when you're buying a property, that things can change around you if there's open space. Does that make sense? So I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just saying that unfortunately, the common people that haven't been in planning or in politics or up here watching of what those rules and regulations are. So you're not wrong. It's just that some of that is, when a guy owns the property, it's hard to tell him what he can't do.
Well, I'm going to move on to, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Larry Anderson. And then after Larry, it'll be Mitch. So come on up, Larry, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Larry Anderson. I again, am resident of Sunset Ranch out there. I was going to come out, I was going to have a whole bunch of things, different things to say. And the reason why I guess I'm saying a lot of this, and even my name's even on there in the first place, is because I've been out there for a long time, since 2007, and 3/4 of the neighborhood knows that. So when all this started going on, I started getting all the phone calls. What's going on with this? What's going on with that? Hey, how come we can't do the Cub Scouts out there anymore? How come we can't do that? And my question was, well, everything I was looking at was, oh, in the PUD, you can't do it. You can't do the cattle and stuff out there. As far as cows and horses and all that, I don't own either one. I don't got nothing against them. In fact, I love cows, especially on my plate. But in that matter, as far as the land, because my house is there, the land up to this side of it, you couldn't even hay that really until about 10 years back, because I went out there and I cleaned all that out so they could start haying it out. I hauled over, well, 2 dump trailers full of just concrete chunks and everything else that was scattered out through all the whole thing, because if they try to hay it, they'd wreck their equipment. So I cleaned that up so they could even do that in the first place. But I guess I wanted to go on record that it was going to be a temporary thing, because even like right now, I even as of last night, I had somebody call me up and go, it's like I bought a place in the neighborhood where I was, had a park, now I can't use the park. Well, all I can do is refer him to Ryan too on that. But as far as even me living right next to it, have I used it that often? No, I don't. I mean, it's my wife and I. And I've cut the grass there and cleaned it up and stuff like that so other people can use it. So now I'm getting all the phone calls. Why is this going on? So it's that's the biggest thing that I got going on right there with it. So.
Well, seems like there's a lack of communication.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the thing too. If anybody would have just came out and said, hey, here's what, and in fact, another question I just got, in fact, this was from 4 different people out there. If there's cows out there and it's fenced off, when can I put my horses there so I don't have to feed them on my yard through the summer? I'm like, I couldn't answer that question, but I came here to bring that question up because that is being asked me now. And I'm like, first off, there's not going to be a gate in front of my house, because I did talk to Mason about that, and he agreed not to put one right in front of my house there. In fact, I even told Mason the other day, if it came down to it, and if this all kept going through, hell, I'll probably even help him finish putting it together. I don't care. But yeah, that's my deal. Is I'm getting all the phone calls, I'm getting all the emails, I'm getting all to try to answer that, and I'm like, well, everything I could read it under that, it said they couldn't have them there, but here we are. So.
Well, thank you for coming and bringing that to our attention.
Yeah.
Mitch? Is it Sequin?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mitch.
Yep.
Been here all day?
Hi, my name is Mitch Seguin. I had just questions.
Sure.
I'm not looking, not for, I'm not against. I've just got a couple questions because I own property. My main question was, who owns the land? They get the decision. That's kind of how it is. I mean, I own my land. I get to decide how I want to use my land. But that's also kind of not true. I don't get to just decide how I want to use my land. So I guess that answered my question. Mr. Caskey owns the land. He gets to do what he deems fit with that land. That includes putting up the fencing. What I'm referring to when I don't get to do what I want on my land, I look at my fencing. I sign these covenances. I know, it's my understanding the county doesn't have anything to do with the covenances in our area. So my question is why do we have covenances? Well, anyways, I'm getting besides the point. So when I requested to put up my fencing at my property, I have horses. I wanted to put up barbed wire. I was told I couldn't. I signed the covenances. You can't do that. And if, I'll enforce these covenances. Okay, that's great. Within the community, we have these covenances. Now we're putting up barbed wire fencing on community property. I can't do it on my property, but he can on his. because he enforces these covenances. I mean, at what point do we just get rid of the covenances? How do we get rid of these covenances? If we're not going to enforce them, or we get to change them on a whim, let's just get rid of them. The reason we don't want to get rid of them is because we're selling property based on these covenances. So when I drive around my area, I look around and I see all these people doing whatever they want. I seen a guy in our road district put up a red barn. He's not abiding by the covenances because he knows that nobody's going to enforce them. But when I do the right thing and I ask to put up barbed wire, I get told no. But because my signature means something, I abide by my signature. I said I'd abide by these covenances, so I didn't put up barbed wire. But now we're putting up barbed wire. I'm all confused in this whole process. So my question was, who owns the land? Mr. Caskey, he can do what he wants. Awesome. He's entitled to do that. If I wanted, you know.
My question is, what can we do as a commission?
I'm here to ask questions about how do we get rid of these covenances? Who do I have to talk to about that? That's my big thing.
Brittany, can you answer that, please?
Because if we're not going to enforce them, I just want to get,
let's get rid of them. I mean,
So covenants are private agreements between the developer and the landowners. The county isn't party to those covenants, so we don't have any.
That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Sorry, the county isn't party to the covenants, so we don't have any jurisdiction on them. You would have to go through Ryan, an attorney, things like that. It's between the landowners and the developer.
Is the PUD based off of the agreement between the landowner and the county?
Correct. So the PUD, it basically gives, landowner rights on some, but like your fence, we don't have anything to do with not allowing a barbed wire or not.
Right.
We don't regulate that.
So if the covenances are not being enforced, would that void the PUD?
No. They're two separate things.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I was here for today.
Well,
I was just trying to understand how it all works. So
I think we all were.
Mr. Chair, just a comment. So when you say covenants in your area, that is covenants in any county. So when there are homeowners associations and covenants, those are not enforced by the county. You have to go back to the homeowners association, in this case, a developer or whatever, but the county is never involved in covenants, and that's statewide.
Okay, can I ask one other question?
Sure.
And I think this would be more of a Caskey question. Can I put my horses on that community land?
Sir, you need to work that out with him.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call.
That's who I asked?
Okay.
Okay.
Can I get
Yeah.
repeat the motion and who made the motion and the second?
I can tell you who made it and who seconded it. Commissioner Hadcock made the motion and Drews seconded it. And it was kind of off the cuff from what Brittany was saying. And Deb said, well, that's my motion. And so I think it had something to do with
Brittany, can you
move
repeat
to
that
state that the
motion?
board does not find the temporary use of grazing cattle contrary to the PUD.
Just so we got it on the record.
It's just that the board finds that the temporary use of cattle grazing in the common area is not a violation and that you're not going to require enforcement by our
Okay,
office.
so that's your motion.
Yes.
And second, so call the vote, please. Roll call.
Ron Weifenbach,
Aye.
Deb Hadcock,
Aye.
Ron Roskinek,
Aye.
Jerry Durr, Gary Drews.
Aye.
Thank you all for coming today,
Thank you.
and I hope it gets worked out. Item G, ordinance 106, public nuisance. Brittany or Dwayne, I'll call you up on that one. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, are you learning anything?
Are you able to pull up pictures?
Podium?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, good morning, Commission, or good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dwayne Allen, Pennington County Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement Officer. First case I have for you today is a new one, COV 22-0112. Property owner is David Rohr at 1610 Sweetbriar. Pretty much this property has been worked on throughout the years over and over different residents. They'll clean it up, it'll come right back to a new resident, and it gets to looking like this again. I will say that they have made some significant progress in the last couple of weeks since I had told them that this was going to be coming before the board. I have not actually ever met the property owner. I have talked with his brother a few times who helps out with things. But I did get the receipt back from the property owner that they did receive the certified mailing that this was going to be heard today before the board.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Dürr.
I'm going to move to find that the property owner is in violation of Pennington County ordinances and to require the property owner to bring the property into full compliance within 60 days, or property may be abated and a lien placed against the owner's property.
Second.
Dwayne, is the property owner here?
No, sir. The property owner, like I said, I have never met him. He's never responded to me except for getting the receipt back for the certified letter that I sent that they signed.
I got a motion. I didn't hear the second.
Yep, you have a motion and a second.
Ron.
So the motion was Dürr.
Second was Weifenbach.
Second was, okay. Any more discussion? Because if not, let's do a roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinick.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Okay, item H, ordinance 106, public nuisance.
Okay, so next is, then the last two that I have is reviews from ones that you guys have already heard. First one I'm going to put up is violation COV 020-0080. Her son was here during the last meeting, or the meeting, to discuss this, to get it cleaned up. They have done a huge amount of work to this property. Nick did call me this morning and said he could not be here due to work reasons. I have before and after pictures from the meeting prior to this to today. If you see just right in front of the porch there, that one load that they still have to take off, Nick said he would take care of that by the weekend. Other than that, the property looks much, much better. And I know I put recommendations down on this one.
Good. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
the
Dürr.
one that I'm looking at that is item H is
Did I get them mixed
McBride.
up? Sorry.
I was just.
Is this one supposed to be Harold?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that, sir. I missed the wrong one. Okay, Harold McBride. This one was brought to you before also. Harold has a significant amount of cleaning to still do. However, I did speak with him this morning. I have visited with him a couple of times out at the property over the last 60 days. He has also made a huge amount of progress. He's had some health issues, ended up in the hospital recently also. However, when we did talk, I had asked him to start trying to get it from the front and work his way back. What you can't really see in the pictures is he's worked his way from the back forward more so than anything else. Noah put some recommendations on this one too, talking with Harold this morning and visiting with him, speaking with him. My recommendation would be to give him another 60 days to work on this.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Dürr.
I'm going to move to find that the property owner remains in violation of Pennington County Ordinance 106 and grant an additional 60 days to bring the property into compliance.
Second discussion. We're going to go ahead and do roll call on this one, please. So the motion was by Dürr, second by Rosknecht.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinick.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item I, ordinance 106, public nuisance.
Okay. Already started on this one, and with the, like I said, talking with Nick this morning, they don't have very much left to do whatsoever. If you look at the surrounding areas, they are, I would consider, in compliance with the local neighborhood with the way it looks now. They have done
All right,
huge
Mr.
amount,
Chair.
so I would actually move to close this one if possible.
I'm going to move to find that the property owner has achieved compliance with Pennington County Ordinance 106 and direct staff to close the case.
Second.
Yeah, my only comment is that, I appreciate you getting involved, Jerry. We're starting to see results, and I'm sure that the neighbors are, once this moves on more and more and more, I think people are going to realize that, there's going to be consequences if you don't take care of your property. So I think that was really a step in the right direction, and I'll go ahead and do a roll call on that motion.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye. And I guess item J, principal and accessory uses and zoning, and I'll call on Brittany for that one.
So this item, I just put a memorandum together at the last Board of Commissioners meeting. Staff was asked just what the history of principal uses are and why we use that as a means for, or tool, and how we look at that as one single-family residence essentially on a lot. So that's just,
Sure.
I know it's a lot of information, but that's just kind of the planning background and the reason behind why we have that.
Okay.
So I entertain any questions, I guess, if anyone
I'm
has
good.
them.
Any questions?
I'm fine
Okay.
for now.
All
So
right.
this is just information only, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very
And it
good.
may spur other requests, and
Correct.
I've prepared
Yep.
that as well.
Okay, item 12, Justice Center remodel update, and I will call on Davis Purcell.
Didn't we have compliance issues with him and some referral stuff we need to do with it?
Hey Deb, can you hold that for a minute?
I would. You want to take a
Come on, you
break?
guys, we just had a break.
Sorry, I've been drinking a lot of water.
Do you want to wait? Let's take 5, guys. Take 5, Jerry. We're taking another break.
We're back.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and move forward.
I mean, it was already on, again, it's just informational, the
Yeah.
project, but
We're not voting
go
on
ahead,
it.
go ahead and update us on the project.
This is just an update, okay, no action, so. You're up, Mr. Nuisance.
That one. and-
Davis
yep,
Purcell.
And then the last one.
He's ignoring us.
What's that?
Mr. Nuisance, you're
We're
up.
ready for you.
All right, I'm hurrying.
Hurry up, or we're calling Dwayne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
60 days, you'll be removed from the
It was all
property.
PDF, so it would be super.
He's ignoring us.
Yeah, I still didn't hear what you said.
Oh, you have 60 days to get removed from the property.
60 days for removal of you, Mr. Nuisance.
I don't think.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, that's fine.
Back over there. More space, obviously, we can hit minus there to get that. out of the way.
Perfect. And then how do we get it to show up there? Is that on you?
I'm gonna do that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds for Pennington County. I am just bringing a brief update for the Justice Center remodel, which is the old county administration building downtown. Right now, phase 1 of the project, as you can see, I highlighted the different departments on this sheet. I know it's kind of tough to see here, but we don't need to go department by department. But phase 1 includes anything that's being done on first floor, second floor, fourth floor, and then half of third floor, if you will. And the reason for that is this side of third floor is phase 2 because we had to, we're using that space as flex space for the state's attorney's office. So we will get on to phase 2 once phase 1 is done, and right now it's looking to be around August for phase 1. And we'll just go through this slide if it'll load here. All right, so Pennington County Justice Center remodel. This shows here a photo of the exterior. This is on the east side of first floor. It's where there's sort of where we share the space with the evidence building along St. Joe there. And this is an exterior door opening for buildings and grounds. So this shows where the door's being cut in at. And then this opening shows the interior vestibule, and that door will go right in between those two windows. On first floor, We have EM and fire admin area. This just shows just some small details of what's going on. I didn't want to make this slide or this presentation too long. So here we have this opening where the door used to be for emergency management. We moved it over here to make a better path for the existing hallway and to include a couple cubicles in this space. We also built out a fire storage room that is equipped with a wash basin to support some of the PPE cleaning that Jerome needs to do, as well as their storage needs. This is the first floor dispatch area that is expanding. So the picture on the top left here is, if you see this wall along the left side of the image, that wall will be removed. Everything on the other side of that wall is the current dispatch call center, and it is getting expanded into this space back here. We also have, what you can see are some freestanding door frames where framing has now been installed. This was unfinished area on first floor that was just used for storage and other items, and that's going to be the new dispatch conference room, one office and a quiet room. And then as we get up to second floor public entrance, you can see, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this view. This is where the public used to convene essentially through the main entrance to all the adjacent counters that existed along this corridor. We are maintaining a lot of those public-facing counters. Basically, this hallway still or will lead to the Civil Records and Warrants Department, as well as the State's Attorney's Service counter, which is the old planning and zoning counter that you can see here. This is an alternate view showing the civil counter, which used to be Register of Deeds. And it also shows the hallway that leads down to the public defender space that used to be the treasurer's office hallway here. So as we continue down that hallway towards where the treasurer's office was, you can see a lot of that hallway was closed in. We essentially brought that entire service counter, filled it in with offices, brought it out to the corridor. And then as you go further down that hallway, this shows the physical public defender's new counter on second floor.
Say, Davis, one question. With that picture, to code, is that corridor got to be a certain width?
This one is plenty wide. This corridor is at least probably 10 to 12 feet wide.
I was just wondering,
Yep.
we could have actually had more space if that was a smaller corridor, but I just wondered if that width was dictated by code, that we couldn't go any smaller.
Could we have gone smaller? Yes. But the biggest piece was we have a lot of things above the ceiling here that you can see. Up in this plenum is a lot of mechanical, plumbing, electrical, things like that. So we just extended it out to where the corridor existed before.
Yeah, that answers my question.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then as we go further up, basically the other direction on that second floor public corridor, you have the old auditor's counter here, and that is now the warrants public-facing counter. And then I took a more straight-on photo of this door, which is also in this picture here, but this is now going to be a public accessible hallway that leads to the records office. And one of these gets a little dark, but as you sort of work your way back into these areas, this is sort of an interior view of some of the work that's happening. This is where a lot of the auditors' offices were. They had sort of an open election area and break room back here and a big storage room. You can see it's all been filled in. And then as you work your way down this hallway, if I go back up a little bit, you run into this, which is now the records public-facing counter and waiting area. These are just some photos of some interior office build-outs. This is the second floor State's Attorney's office expansion. You can see there's framing going up, door frames being put in. This has all been filled in with sheetrock at this point. Things are moving really quick. And then as we go to the third floor State's Attorney's office, they are currently occupying this floor. They've been really, really good to work with. Even though there's a lot of noise happening up here. But this is a drawn back photo of this photo. So we removed some half walls in this space, added 3 enclosed offices, and we'll have some casework and a printer on this side. And then fourth floor State's Attorney's Office is reopening of their large, what they used to call their grand jury room, but it's a large conference room. You can see there's a structure here that's been framed out because we are adding a closable partition wall in there. And last but not least is, I did want to bring this up one more time. You can see that I had Cody render in Justice Center here. It might be hard to see. The building was named the Justice Center when we were still planning to have RCPD and the Sheriff's Office pretty much fully occupy that building. I'm not saying the name doesn't fit. I don't care what name you give it. I just want to make sure before we order any exterior signage and other things like that, that the commission wants to continue down that path. If they want me to come back with other recommendations, I certainly can. So, but outside of that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Here,
Commissioner Hadcock.
are you still having that statue justice?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's the main reason why they called it the Justice Center too, is because they have that statue and what was happening in the building, not only with PD, but the other areas as well, so.
Okay, well, this was for information only, and if there's no other questions.
If I could add one more thing, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
If I could add one thing, it's anytime, if you guys want to come down and tour this while it's under construction, things are moving super fast. So I'd recommend that we do it within the next month if you guys can fit it into your schedule, and I can do one-on-one or a couple of you at the same time.
Our fobs don't work there no more, correct?
What's that?
Our fobs, security cards?
I was just there for a meeting, mine worked.
Yeah, it should. And it's still, this entrance on second floor is still accessible because of the kiosk and other things. But again, if you want to walk around in the construction zone, just let me know, so at least I know you're there and I can walk around with you.
Thank you for the presentation. Yep. Very good. Item 13, items from the Highway Department. I'll call on Joe Miller.
Thank you, Dave.
Joe. Good afternoon.
Ron, you need to, Ron Weifenbach, put your Zoom on mute.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to say hi to Joe.
Hey, Ron. Hopefully you're enjoying the warm weather down there in Oklahoma. I think we had about 3 inches of snow up in the high country, so.
That's awesome. We need the snow, brother. Did it snow on Jerry's ranch? That's all I care about.
Yeah. So I think Jerry Mader told me he got about a half an inch and I got less than a tenth.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
Our blades were out in full force yesterday.
Hopefully that prayer helps.
Yes, it was.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Up in front of you here is 5 new end-up bodies. So our department, as you know, has got a 10-year equipment replacement plan. And as part of that replacement plan, we've been buying bare trucks and chassis, and then we build them ourselves so we get the most use out of all of these trucks. We use what they call as a Cabata system, which allows us to put an end dump on a truck, a fifth wheel plate, a water tank, and a sander to utilize the trucks in multifaceted ways to get the most life out of them. As Buildings and Grounds can probably attest, we've got some trucks, or had some trucks in our fleet that had 50, 60, 70,000 miles on them that were beyond rusty and almost to the end of their life. So with that, the last 6 years through the VW rebate program, which was a program through the DANR, which was a grant program that we applied for and were able to get trucks through. Those trucks had end dump bodies on them that weren't part of the Cabata system. So we lost several end dump bodies. 6 of them to be exact. So with this, we should be good for the foreseeable future, and the delivery date is in 2027. So if this is approved, we will put this into our 2027 budget.
Questions to the commission? Commissioner Hadcock.
Main thing is show us some pictures of the trucks sometimes, because some of us, I know what a dump truck is, but it's nice to see some of your equipment and what you're buying and what you're replacing with it, just for the general public as well.
Commissioner Drew. Did you have a question? Oh, that was Commissioner Drews.
Joe, from the time that you received those, how long does it take to convert those over to, the work that you need to do on them?
So it greatly depends on our workload in the shop. We do have two mechanics that are dedicated to doing that work. It typically takes us from start to finish about 3 months from getting the truck into our shop and getting it fully built out to where it's ready to use. And we've got a really good relationship with Floyd's, who, when we get our new truck that we purchase each year, they don't start the warranty until we put that truck into service. So we get a 1-year warranty after the truck is put into service, because our facility is considered a truck building facility. And there's not I don't think there's any other counties out there that are doing what we're doing. So
That's great. Thank you.
So Joe, are we replacing some existing boxes with new ones?
So, yes, essentially, that's what we're doing. The boxes are already gone. They were crushed through that VW rebate program.
There's no salvage value or nothing there?
No, they were rusted. There
Okay.
was holes the size of Volkswagens in them. So.
That's my question. So we need a motion on that.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to move to authorize the Highway Department to purchase 5 new Crystal Select truck dump bodies from Northern Truck and Equipment Corp. Rapid City in the amount of $217,900.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Drews, second by Drews. Roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. Items from the commission office, I'll call on Jordan Neeb. Thank you, Joe.
All right. The very first item that's going to be discussed right now is the Capital Asset and Inventory Control Policy Update. So the auditor identified through a routine kind of evaluation of some of our purchasing policies that we had an outdated policy that needed to be updated. So she approached the commission office and asked that we kind of give it a thorough review. And so the old policy was approved, or I should say, was last updated in 2019, because I'm not sure that the commission has ever formally approved the policy. It was more of just the purchasing policies that the auditor's office kind of managed and maintained. And so we decided to formalize this, use a more policy-driven language, and have it be an actual policy. Sabrina, did you want to speak more to it? I was going to go through real quick and just kind of explain some things, but if you wouldn't mind.
Sabrina Green, Pennington County Auditor. I'm not sure what all you've said. I've heard it because we're working on mock election right now. So basically what we're trying to do is, I have found out here in this last month that the county has always followed the federal level of how much they do as a capitalize of an item. So they have increased theirs back in 2024. Was not aware that we followed them in the line, so we're not trying to do two different asset policies. So I was just asking that we update it to get the board approval so we could move forward with the 10,000 and match what feds do versus the 5,000 that they did have.
And then other than that, there were just generalized revisions to the language to make sure that the process was a little bit clearer. And we didn't really change or modify any of the processes for capitalization or declaring things surplus. All of that stayed the same. It was just clarified a little bit better in the new policy. And the big change was the fact that now the threshold for capitalization is going to be moved to 10,000 to match the federal guidelines, as opposed to 5,000, which is what it had previously been before October 1st.
So that would reflect the recommended motion, move to approve the capital asset and inventory control policy effective May 19th, 2026. So I'll make that motion.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. I got a motion by Drew. Okay, hang on a minute. A motion by Drews, second by Commissioner Durr. Roll call. Well, we can wait for Deb if you want.
We're good. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on, Ron.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb's absent. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Sabrina, on to communications manager position, and there again, I'll call on Jordan Neeb.
Absolutely. Okay, so we had kind of mentioned this during the shuffle of some of the HR positions, is that we were taking the marketing manager out of the HR office and putting it into the commission office, and in doing so, we needed to have an updated job description that appropriately reflected those duties. And so having updated it, we also went through with HR and we went through with the current marketing manager and identified what he currently is now doing. And so now the job duties will reflect the actual duties and responsibilities that the position is currently doing. It's not going to be a change in classification. It more closely aligns with the actual workflow, the workload of the formerly, hopefully, marketing manager position that we're asking to retitle to a communications manager.
And I think the communication just makes a lot more sense than marketing. It just sounds more professional for that job classification or description. Any comments from the commission? Commissioner?
I have a comment, Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I appreciate this move because I know that Cody's excited about the move. He's excited about the upward opportunity, and he's already been involved in a lot of other departments already. They feel like since he's in the commission office that they have the authority to just go in there and have them help him out. So I know that he's been doing a lot, so I appreciate that. And he's excited about it. And it's cool to see him, the employees in our county being excited about an opportunity there. So, yeah, and I know that Kenner sent us out a update on the HR too. I know that's separate from this, but I just want to make sure every commissioner was aware that that was in your email box where alternative HR was with the human resources person too. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hadcock?
Nope.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dura?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve the position description for the communications manager as presented.
Motion by Dura, second by Hadcock. Roll call, please.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Motion carried. On to item C, Rapid City TIF 26T1006, amendment number 1.
Okay, so C and D are two TIFs that you're allowed to speak to if you guys want to here, but specifically with C, the amendment to the application is because they were adding, I believe, another party to the request, the application. And so they brought this back forward. It had been one already before the board. You guys had the chance to look at some of that paperwork, and I believe we chose not to comment on it at the time, but if the board wishes to make a comment on this, now's another opportunity, and we can send it off to the city.
No comment from me.
No comment.
Okay. I've got nothing.
Okay, so.
All right.
My only comment on these TIFs, I guess, I know we've asked once or twice, and it would be when they have these TIFs, and again, this one maybe wouldn't fall in it, but is the city willing to come and present TIFs when they get them?
Exactly.
They had mentioned that they would be willing, and you can probably put that one on me that I haven't been asking them specifically to come and speak about these things, but I will make a note and try to make sure that we get them in here to speak on these.
At least summarize what the amendment is.
What we may try to do then as well is have some of these TIF discussions earlier in the meeting too, so they have a more predictable timeline, because I'd hate to have city staff come in here and sit for an entire commission meeting.
Yeah, predictable timeline would be before we start the meeting.
There you go.
So Jordan, do we need a motion for what you're going to do, or
no?
Do we just ignore these two here?
We can ignore these two. We can move past them. Yes, unless you guys wanted by motion to make it. But I
think we're good.
I got the direction.
Commissioner Roskinek, I can help Jordan with that. I think I've been having a lot of conversations about how they handle some of those. So I think that they need to take a more active role in communicating that through their communications person and not their staff. I mean, if their communications person is involved in it and has a memo that they could bring to us, and then, like Jordan said, we're not making them sit there a long time, that they could, I think we could work through this, and I think that would be very, very good idea. And it'll help the process along too. I think it'll help. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Weifenbach. Guess we'll move on to item E, and that's overtime history presentation.
All right, this is information only. We finally got around to calculating some of the overtime history. We focused on, oh no, my presentation's not up here on my screen, sorry. I'll pull it up in just a second. And so we just did a really quick recap of overtime dollars and overtime hours. So the first slide here is 2025 overtime dollars. The total dollar amount for 2025's overtime was $2 million, and 45% of that overtime was from the jail. Sheriff's Office took 16%, JSC took 12%. Most of it is public safety related. Because we happen to have fortuitous weather, highway was only a mere 6%. Miscellaneous is pretty much all the other admin offices. That would be everyone who's not listed specifically here. And so you can see that, yeah, the large majority of everything is public safety. And then as we look at it individually by department, you can see the actual dollar amount breakout as well. And the dollar amount does split pretty well with what the graph was. I mean, and then in this one, there was one note for miscellaneous. Because of the transfer from Springbrook to Tyler in the month of July, during that transition, overtime was not calculated by department in any code that we can now pull back up. We can go to the departmental budgets and try to figure out and discern where the overtime was going and coming from, but it was all manual entries through the auditor's office at that time. So we just kind of have a catch-all for the month of July of, well, it was $75,000, and that's as best as we can get. And so if you look at the overtime by month, you can start to see the trends and see where the spikes come in. And typically the spikes are obviously during the seasonal eras, and then of course around the time of the rally is typically where you see the most overtime garnered. But we did see a significant drop off. Well, you can kind of see in 19 where we were at a certain level, and then for 20 and 21, it did kind of drop down and started to slowly climb back up as COVID was getting adjusted to. And then from basically the end of 22 to today, we're kind of sitting pretty high, but we do see a downward trend in 2025. Overtime was going down, it seems. And again, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to comment on that.
No.
So I think it was in the spring of 25 that we changed our overtime policy, wherein we were not utilizing accrued leave, sick and vacation, et cetera, to be counted toward holiday. So that policy change in itself, I believe, is somewhat reflected. Additionally, the fact that we brought overtime to the attention of the department heads, so.
Yeah, I think it's more in tune management of overtime and trying to keep a mindful eye on that kind of stuff. But we are seeing that trend slightly dipping down currently, and we'll see if that continues through 2026. We'll be monitoring it, and it should be either a monthly report or a quarterly report for you guys. We're going to try to get that pushed out to everyone frequently.
Very good.
And so ours matches pretty much what the dollars are. So the hours and dollars are pretty consistent. So it doesn't look like we've got an out of whack situation where only the high earners are earning the overtime. It looks like it's pretty consistent.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
I had a question.
Weifenbach.
'Cause we had some overtime that we had to repay from some overtime that wasn't getting paid correctly, and then we also have some from the Treasury Department that needs to be paid out. Is there an update on that with this, or?
No firm update yet as to exactly when it's going to be finished, but we are still working through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, well, I appreciate you working on that, Jordan. And
kudos to Kenner on that one too. He helped put together most of these graphs. So.
Okay, well, now we're up to update and report some.
I'm just going to say he checked the box for Commissioner Roskinek. There was actually kind of a pie chart in there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the pie charts.
Oh, thank you so much. I love pie charts. Okay, well, updates from the commissioners, and I'll turn to you, Commissioner Durr.
So yeah, I attended the EM Users Board, and basically it was just a discussion about transition of leadership and what that looks like. Our emergency manager is hit the level of retirement coming up at any time, retirement eligible. And so looking at the next couple of years as to what that looks like and whether or not there would need to be any changes. There was a discussion about our kind of number two in charge of that office being a county employee, and I did say this, and so I think that's a point of discussion, that the next emergency manager, instead of falling under currently the city and kind of tied to the city fire department for that qualification, that it would fall under the sheriff's office to get that qualification under our users agreement, that basically we wouldn't have to change anything to have it be a county employee. It's already in the agreement that it would be that way. So if we had somebody that's currently a county employee, it's not like we'd have to make them a city employee to continue that. So had a discussion on that, and then Gary and I attended the Public Defenders Advisory Board and met and talked about the transition of Eric Witcher, and we just met last week. It looks like his last day is going to be, would take him into the next pay period, the beginning of July, but he would utilize the last 2 weeks in June as leave time. And so it sounds like he's going to be kind of loaded and eastbound to Florida around the 18th of June. He does have an interim would be his assistant that he has in the office, and we worked on the job description a little bit, and I'll have to have Jordan follow up on that. They were going to submit the job description through HR and have HR take a look at it, but we were going to advertise internally to all county employees before we went outside. So there were discussion about just advertising in the public defender's office itself for applicants. And we decided that we would advertise countywide so that it would give anybody in the state's attorney's office that opportunity if they had any interest in applying for that position. So
I might let, if you want to, you can discuss the meeting that we had with Mary Williams.
yeah, we had a meeting with Brian Ochbach with Pennington County Housing and Authority and Development about closing the facility down in Wall. And so last week, Commissioner Roskinick, myself, Mary, and Brian met to talk about that and what that timeline looks like. And so it looks like to get through the process, that timeline would be about a year out. And so there was some follow-up discussion about the vacancy rate down there currently, and do we not take any more applicants to fill up that facility, pending the fact that they're going through the process to liquidate that facility. And so we had a conversation about that, and a follow-up conversation with Brian was that if we do have applicants that are wanting to get into the facility, it would be better to try to fill the facility up as much as we could to get that occupancy rate up, so that if you go to market this and somebody on a business level is going to look at it, then they would see that it's got a certain percent of an occupancy rate versus already starting to demob and shut it down. And so the hope is that there would be somebody, that would purchase that facility and keep it open, to some degree to take care of the residents that are in there, and then additionally, look at whatever that looks like in the Wall community. I do know that there is a meeting on the 21st with the city council, and Brian is going to go down to that meeting, and I'm going to go down as well, and kind of give the city council down there an update as to what's happening with that property. So anyway, everybody's kind of coming together, talking about, let's try to find a path forward. So,
well, thank you for doing that. Commissioner Drews?
Yeah, so I'll make this pretty simple. So the Planning Commission, nothing out of the ordinary there to report on, and we've dealt with most of that. And on the Public Defender Office, Jerry did a good job in covering the advisory board meeting. And I just want to thank Eric Witcher for his time of service with Pennington County, because he's going to be gone in another less than 2 months. And previous to being in Pennington County, he was in Lawrence County in that capacity. He's done a good job, I believe, as a public defender over the years. So,
Eric's definitely going to be missed.
I was going to joke with him this morning, and I didn't, but he's not here, so I will. So you saw him today. Okay, he actually got a haircut from when we met with him the other day, so that's a haircut.
This is a haircut.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Hadcock.
Central States Fair, they have a new board, so we're just getting people broke in with that. Basically, they're gearing up for the fair. So basically, we're in a changing mode of where we're going for who's on the boards and different areas in the fair. And sounds like they're doing well. They got some of the people ready to go for the fair for concerts and stuff. So a lot of it, they're always busy all the time. But I also had Cody, they wanted to do a video, basically economic development, and tell a little bit about the fairgrounds, and then put it on a public website, as well as the fairgrounds. website. So really good things happening. They're moving forward. They have a good board that's really fired up, and they have one that actually was getting things done. Now it's going to keep processing forward, which is good news. And then the fire service board didn't feel good on Wednesday, so didn't end up going.
Okay. Yesterday, I did something I haven't done for 50 years.
Okay, you could stop.
I went to Stevens High School, and I attended an advanced placement U.S. government presentation, and so that was good. I mean, I'm going back 50 years. That school was brand new when I went there. Now it's 50 years old, but it was good. I learned probably more than they learned from me.
I did the class following you. So,
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so they talked about you a lot. So.
Okay. Well, I still got my class ring. Okay, and then I did attend the Black Hills Council, or Black Hills Association of County Officials in Custer a week and a half ago, and we just talked what's going on locally in our Black Hills members of that association. And really, that's all I got. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Weifenbach. You in Oklahoma, what do you got to report?
Thank you. I just want us to start considering our thought process on the Rapid City Library, and we're trying to work with a little bit with Box Elder to figure out what they're doing with their library there and their children's library. And been working a lot on relations with the city and with the Box Elder, and would like to expand out more into some of the other outlying areas. I just wish I had more time to do some of that. I mean, we have an opportunity with the commission that we have to start to really, I mean, we have great relationships with them, but they seem to be strengthening all the time in the community, making these other smaller little local villages, or whatever you want to call them, little cities, more comfortable working with the county, so and getting things done. So thank you.
Yeah, the only thing, I see this, something about the water on the horizon. I didn't go to that luncheon, but I have been reading a lot of articles in the Rapid City Journal in the discussion about possibly taking those first steps to bring the Missouri water to the Black Hills. And I think right now, people are starting to realize that we need to be doing this sooner than later, because if we decide when it becomes a catastrophe, it's going to be too late. So I really think it's something that we need to be looking at hard.
Bottom line, Ron, too, it's going to take a long time for them to get it done. So
Exactly.
Right.
if they don't start processing or doing what they need to do now, it could be 20 to 30 years before.
Yeah.
And by that time, we might not have enough water.
No, a little over a week ago, I think it was a week ago or whatever, that I went to the Critical Issues Luncheon that Elevate puts on, and yeah, it was about water and West River water, and anyway, it was a good presentation, but again, it's going to require us to do planning now that I believe we're assisting with, and because water is going to be it's really, I mean, it's a critical issue now, and it's going to be that way in the near future, so.
I was watching a video yesterday, and it was some of the aquifers in Texas, the Ogallala. In some areas, that thing is, if this guy was right, went down 50 feet in 5 years. That's scary. Anyhow, I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
I'm going to move to enter into executive session pursuant to STCL 125-21 for the purposes discussing personnel, and 125-23 for the purposes discussing contractual pending litigation.
Motion by Dürr, second by Hadcock. Roll call.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Roskinek.
Aye.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews.
Aye.
Okay, I believe we're ready for an adjournment.
I'm going to make a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion, guys.
I would recommend against it, because there's only 3 of you, and I don't know that you guys are going to get
2 to 1
consensus. Huh?
for the raise? For the
Yeah. I believe.
3 of us.
Yeah, okay, if you want to make the motion.
Doesn't fail.
As long as Jerry supports it, is the,
No.
so.
No, it's 2 to 3, or there's 3 of us and 2 to 1. Then it doesn't fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's true. That is true.
Okay.
Let me get the language up.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm still going to make a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Ron's gone, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. It's, technology's taking its time, I'm sorry.
Not technology.
Okay, so the proposed language for this motion would be move to increase Scott Dressler's pay from P2.1, Step 7, $31.61 to P2.1, Step 8, $32.16, effective 4/26/2026.
I'll second that motion.
Moved by
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I'm assuming motion carried 2 to 1.
I believe so. Motion carries to.
Well, that's going to be the record, so. I'll second that motion. We have a motion to adjourn by Roskinek, second by Hadcock. All in favor indicates by saying aye. Aye. Motion adjourned, or
I oppose.
meeting adjourned.
I don't want to adjourn, I just want to stay here.
I'm just having too much